right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we are. We are oh god, I hope I put the replay blocker on. Okay, well, we'll figure that out as we go too. Oh my gosh. Okay. So our first series is, I believe, who is this? It'll tell me. I'm just not wow, I'm not with it. Okay. It is, hold on, it's here. I'll just consult the website. It is ManiacBen versus Nightdad. Is going to be our first series of the evening. It is a ZVZ, and this is Tier 3.
Oh man, ZVZ on Tier 3, like, ZVZ at the top level is already, like, an absolute fiasco, but when you start getting into the less predictability of, like, a lower tier, this has potential to be wild.
And this matchup too is already wild. So yeah, I am looking forward to this. This is, by the way, I think my favorite matchup in the game.
Yeah. You're allowed to be wrong. As a Zerg player, this is the thing that terrifies me more than anything else.
Okay, here we go. All right, good. So we have our team colors and everything. We have our blocker. Yay! I love it when I'm not dumb. Okay. In the top right corner, we have our blue Zerg, ManiacBen. And in the top left, our red Zerg, Nightdad. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. We do have Nightdad here, our red Zerg, playing for Big Naturals, I do believe. ManiacBen playing for Build Disorders. And so far, I am seeing yeah. Let's see. So there should be. Do we have stage? All right. Can you speak, stage? Oh, Whoa. Oh, I see. I see. I know what I did wrong. Okay, hold on. It's an easy fix. I just forgot to add the same track.
Maniac, if the stream ends up picking me up, then
You're good.
we'll see those crossing the map. Perfect. And there are 6 lings coming out here for Nightdad, so he will be able to parry this with the 12 pool. He's also got a fresh hatch coming out as well, so he will have a larva advantage coming up soon. This is just going to come down to a micro war. Nightdad's looking to try and set up the Zerg conga line on the high ground. It's not quite tight, and
man.
one ling gets through.
One gets through,
but I think, yeah, okay.
I do feel like Nightdad holds this. I mean, it's annoying. He has to manage these lings in his base, but that high ground advantage on the ramp totally played in his favor in this engagement.
There's more lings coming across the map, but right now this is fantastic for Nightdad because he's only lost
nice.
1 drone. He started with a 3-drone lead, and he's going to have an extra hatchery in just a moment. This is actually a huge advantage for Nightdad, and we're going to be reliant pretty much on the Spire timing for Maniac if he wants to take this game. Right now he needs to get these lings home, and he needs to just hurdle up as hard as he can on that ramp and try and hold this off. Maybe even get a sunken down, which he is doing in his mineral line.
It looks like he is poised for that lair whenever he feels, I think it's whenever he feels ready to do it, but I don't know, he might want to make more lings because it looks like Nightdad is going to be going for a counterattack, and I don't blame him, honestly. I mean, he held that so well, and he had such an eco advantage, why not press it?
Especially because you don't know what's on the or you do know what's in the enemy base. You do know that the lair is up, and unfortunately, some idle drones here. There's too many lings flooding in. I think this might just turn into game right away because there's so many lings here from Nightdad. I think he just takes this.
Oh, but the sunken colony, and it's going to clear the lings. ManiacBen does hold on.
They're not going to be able to deal with the sunken yet, but there's only 4 drones here for Maniac, and they're not even harvesting at full efficiency. 7 drones now, but there's no lings in production. And this is the opportunity. There's nothing but lings coming out of Nightdad. He's not bothering with any more droney. He's not bothering with lair. This is him just deciding it's time to do or die.
Yep.
And since he's got the overlord there, he can see this. He knows exactly, like, this is the play.
Yep, that sunken colony is bleeding a little too much because there's a shark in the water and it smells it.
All right, gathered at the low ground. Nightdad ready to come up.
Uh-huh. Oh, another sunken's coming. Nice wall, nice SimCity. I think it is going to make it difficult for these lings to get meaningful damage done, but he does have enough. Nightdad does have enough. He is going to clear the sunken, and it looks like he might... Oh, he might just be able to break this, but it's really close right now.
There's more lings staging outside, but there hasn't been enough to be able to break through the sunkens and the drones. That was actually a fantastic drone drill that Maniac did to disrupt the lings on top of the sunken. If they had just pathed a little bit differently, then those drones, the Zerglings could have definitely taken out the sunken and then gotten to the drones. He's got enough to take out the sunken here again, but there's more lings on the way. This is really all coming down, though, to the larva advantage that Nightdad has. And since there's no Spire being built for Maniac, there's no advantage that Maniac has been able to take from that early lair. In fact, he's going for more drones. He is so low economy that he desperately needs to get this. And he's got another creep colony out. He can't get a Spire.
Nope. It doesn't look like he can hold on. Yep, nice. GG.
Wow.
What a game.
Really risky play there from Nightdad, trying to get the fast lair, but he couldn't find the space for the Spire.
It wasn't even... It's like... Nightdad just executed that pressure so well, he didn't give his opponent any time to develop into a Spire. I mean, despite everything that went wrong, and despite losing so many drones, he did manage to get up to like 6 or 7 drones at the end of that, and he did manage to try and put himself on a path of stabilization, but the constant link pressure just wouldn't have it, and Nightdad eventually breaks that.
That's the trick with ZVZ in particular. You know, you talk about having momentum in a StarCraft game, but in particular, like, ZVZ is the most momentum-based matchup. Because if you get ahead by a couple of lings, the only way back is, okay, you've got to defend with your sunken, you've got to defend with... You got to get mutilisks. But, like, there is so little room for error. It's almost like the Dragoon Wars in early Protoss versus Protoss. But, that ends up turning into a different story when you get to Reavers. But we're not going to be seeing that again. We've got more Zerg versus Zerg action coming up here.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. All right, so here we are going into Game 2. This is going to be on Polypoid.
So, you know, Breeze, you talked about you've got a long history here in CPL. Do you have any history with any of these players individually?
Um, I have no direct history. I haven't played any games with these players. I think I was on a team with Nightdad like in his first season, but I've never actually. No, wait, no, I take that back. I think I've played ManiacBen in a preseason, 1 or 2 seasons ago.
All right. I didn't want to cut you off from introducing the matchup. It's just I always get really curious when it comes to in-house leagues because there's so much room for getting like a meta understanding of how people play, as opposed to the latter where it's just you have no idea.
Right. So in the top left of Polypoid are Blue Zerg. Playing for the Build Disorders, it is ManiacBen. And in the bottom right are Red Zerg, Nightdad playing for Big Naturals. And Nightdad going for the extractor trick to get a 10 pool with a slight
That's not even
drone
a 10
lead.
pool. This is a variation on 9 hatch. So CPL Maniac goes for the 9 hatch, which is actually a 10 hatch. And we've got a 9 pool out of Nightdad, but it's a 9 pool with a fast gas. So a lot of times you would extractor trick to get the extra drone out with a 9 pool, but instead this is fast gas, so he's going to be really looking for the super fast mutas. So again, I think Nightdad's going to be looking for that lair tech quickly.
Oh, did I mix them up? I might have mixed up the players. But anyway, yeah, I love the quicker hatch play. The nice thing about this build is it does go into some pretty nice ling pressure while also setting up the natural. This build out of ManiacBen.
Right, ManiacBen did the same thing last game as well, where he did it with a 12 pool, but he got the second hatchery up so much quicker, so it gives you a larva advantage, which if you're playing for a really ling-heavy style, then that's what you need, is you just need a lot of larva. The minerals are kind of a byproduct of that.
Right. And so it looks like this pool is going to finish, and they're both going to be even on lings, but I really feel like the second hatch... if ManiacBen can get this second economy going, he's going to have the economic advantage as well as the larva advantage this game. But Nightdad is going straight into lair off of this ling pressure opening here. 10 lings heading to the Blue Zerg.
There's a good ling count here, though, and Maniac's going to have a short-term advantage because he has so many larvae off of 2 hatch. So I think that Nightdad, again, is going to need to defend. He sees the creep out there, recognizes this was a fast hatchery, and at this point, it comes down to Maniac and how assertive he's willing to be. If he's willing to press the larva advantage, try and make it up the ramp, and if he can break through the ramp this time that Nightdad couldn't defend last game, then it's going to look really good for Maniac. But if Nightdad manages to actually get to the spire without losing drones, then this is going to be a fantastic opportunity for Nightdad. And this time he is setting up the tight Zergling Conga line with hold position for Nightdad, so this is the way you're supposed to defend Zerglings coming up your ramp.
Absolutely. Yeah, nice. It doesn't look like he's going to get up that ramp at all.
There are holes there. He has the opportunity to A-move, and there's more
Am I wrong?
links.
Oh, they do break it. He just breaks it.
But we're going to need to see... The spire is coming down this game. There's no sunkens. There's drones all drilling together, trying to disrupt this as much as they can, trying to fight back. Lings are popping, but they're severely outnumbered. There's no more coming across the map, though.
No, I think... there's no more coming across the map, but there are lings at home. It looks like there's another macro cycle coming.
Oh man, yeah, that's another 10 Zerglings coming across the map as well, and there's more behind that. Yeah, Maniac is all in on Zerglings. He says, okay, I've seen the spire, I know I'm on borrowed time, so I need to end this game in the next 30 seconds.
Yes.
And this is a huge wave of Zerglings coming in, my lord.
He is going to get up this ramp, no problem. I do think he is going to finally be able to hopefully kill some drones. Maybe take this gas off. The drone, take that drone that's on the gas. GG.
What timing! That's absolutely perfect timing there from Maniac. Didn't quite have the minerals available to get the first Mutalisk out, and even then, there's so many drones coming in that Nightdad putting on a clinic.
Yeah, I really feel like, you know, that game, the roles kind of reversed a bit, you know, like, and honestly, I really like Maniac's opener. I'm really a fan of that 999 opener just because it does so much when you execute it right.
Right. It can get a little bit demanding for lower tier players, especially because of the fact that you need to extractor trick and you need your mining to be good to be able to get everything out on time. But if you can do that, if you can get it to be consistent, then it's just a fantastic opener.
Absolutely.
I had someone try it against me in preseason though, and they were just a little bit slow on everything.
Okay, game 3, we are going into Eclipse. It is tied 1-1, and honestly, this is anybody's game. It really just depends on who got the better opening and who got the better read. I mean, at this point, I really feel like this is even. I can't even call this right now.
It's all a game of rock, paper, scissors. It's guesswork and scouting and control. So it's not something that you're going to get through and be like, I understand the matchup better, I can macro better. No. This is just, you have to guess right, you have to play good, and you can't make any mistakes.
So, I don't recall if I said this, but I might be repeating myself, but I will do it anyway. We are on Eclipse, and in the top right of Eclipse, we have our blue Zerg, ManiacBen, looking to come back and close out this series 2-1. And in the bottom left, we have our red Zerg, Nightdad, started off very strong. Can he end this on a strong note as well?
The big thing that I'm thinking about here, with this being a two-player map, is that you don't have to go out and scout. So both players who did a 9 pool in the previous games kind of had to get lucky with their overlords or send their lings out blind to find where the enemy base was unless they wanted to pull a drone. But you can't really afford to pull a drone in ZVZ. So in this case, the aggressive openings might end up being a little bit stronger because you already are guaranteed to know where the enemy is.
One thing about this map that makes, in my opinion, like, and this is as a P, sometimes Eclipse as a P player is deceptively straightforward, and I mean, in some ways, this is a very straightforward two-player map. I've always loved the different attack routes in the middle, but in Eclipse particularly, when you're trying to push up a ramp, this is one of the hardest maps to push up a ramp on because they are so damn narrow.
These are the classic ramps, like the original editor ramps, without the like hacked in or reverse ramps or the smooth ramps that they had in some of the later map editor versions.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the ones that are notorious and why this game gets a reputation for bad pathfinding.
We got some shout out for build disorders in the chat and Big Natties. So it looks like they're both going a 9 pull speed, but Nightdad is going to have a slightly faster extractor.
Yeah, they both actually went for 12 pool.
Oh, 12 pool. Okay.
The thing I like about this, actually, is both of them are doing hatch in main. They're both very, very trepidatious about the aggression that both players had shown in the last matches. So now it's like, all right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go ahead and play like a very economic but safe build.
Right. Yeah,
the slightly better SimCity here for Maniac, because he's got the hatchery in closer, making it harder to get surface area on lings and make it harder to get inside of there because there's just like less area that's available.
Yeah.
But that's not going to be a factor in this game for sure.
Now, I will say what you mentioned about the SimCity is I love the placement of it because I can totally see just beautiful sunken placement. Beautiful denial sunken placement with this SimCity here.
And that's going to be a little bit harder for Nightdad if he had to defend, but both of them are setting up the Zergling conga line style on the top of their ramps. This is very standard stuff for ZVZ. I like Nightdad's formation a little bit better, but both of them are going to see this with their overlords, and they're not going to be moving out, and if they do move out, they're going to see it, at least if they're paying attention.
Yeah.
So this is going to be pretty seamless transition into lair timing, and Maniac's lair is about probably 10 seconds faster than Nightdad's.
Oh, at least, yeah. It's actually. I mean, I was looking at it on the replay. It is substantially faster. Nightdad's is just now finishing at 4:03.
Spire started up here for Maniac. We still haven't gotten one for Nightdad.
Yeah, although I imagine it'll be coming down. I think they're what 200 the spires.
Yeah, 200 200. The other thing that I like too about Maniac's base layout with that nice SimCity is that look at how protected the spire is, but it's also adversely impacting his mining. So usually the top most mineral patch is one that you can mineral boost for like better efficiency, but he's actually taken his drones off of there and recognizes that that's the like least that's most impacted by that spire position. I don't even know if he's aware of that or not, but like that is a very subtle but very cool thing.
And I love so during all this teching, Maniac has just been macroing lings. Meanwhile, Nightdad has been kind of dialing back on the lings and going more into like eco and stuff. So I think this is a very interesting decision tree because it's going to give Maniac now this opportunity to just move out. But also, even from a defensive position, it's a good defensive move to just keep macroing out lings like that.
The other thing about it too that makes this really interesting is that he's been shorting himself on minerals. So he's got a huge gas bank, but doesn't have enough to make a whole bunch of mutilisks. He's actually moving out right now, pressuring the ramp, but there's the sunken here. This might be a huge mistake, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, he is kind of wasting all these lings, and he's not going to break this. He needs to pull back.
No.
Oh, no, he is going to break it. Oh, my gosh.
The sunken finishes it, though. Nightdad holds.
Just.
So
Maniac.
Here's the thing that I was thinking about, though.
Wow.
And it's not gonna be part of this game, but if Maniac had split the difference between Mutilisks and Scourge and tried to play for air superiority.
Well, it looks like he is. He actually has 3 mutas out faster than Nightdad's.
But Nightdad has more mutas out at this point because he has a better economy. He has so many more drones.
Yep.
But with that recognition and the fact that Maniac was short on minerals, if he'd gone for like about half mutas, half Scourge, and held back the Zerglings until the mutas could get across the map, I think he would have had a great chance to win, but now I think he's too far behind.
Well, he does have Scourge, and he has 6 mutas now to kind of fight. I don't think he's quite out of this yet, but yes, you do have a stronger economy. He does have a stronger economy, Nightdad. One thing I noticed up here is Maniac has 4 drones mining gas, and not only that, but I think the drones are slightly mannered by the pool and spire placement.
Exactly. Oh, this is really looking good, actually, for Maniac. He just had a slight advantage in muta count. There's 3 more mutas coming out here for Nightdad, but that's going to be a lot of damage on that superior economy. He's calling GG. Maniac takes it!
Wow. What a game. I was worried. I was legitimately worried for him, but no, he actually totally secured that.
This is why you don't rely on commentators for a real analysis, because no matter how many things work on paper, eventually the game just dissolves into chaos.
Okay. I'm telling you, I love ZVZ so much. It is such a wild series. It always is.
It's exciting. It's exciting for sure. I wouldn't call it like the most elegant matchup by any means, but it's never a dull moment. It's just stressful.
Yep, it's really about as elegant as a knife fight.
I tell you what, Breeze, if you ever want to lose all appreciation for that matchup, just go ahead and switch to Zerg. You'll understand why all of us hate it then.
I actually have switched to Zerg. I've dabbled in all three, and you know what makes me love that matchup? If you ever get a chance, you should watch Niantic, who is a Zerg player. You should watch Niantic play Zerg. It's just, I've watched one of his ZVZ builds, and I was just inspired.
I love it when you get players like that in RTS that have just like the absolutely unhinged builds that for some reason work. Like, I know that there's Red Phosphorus in Age of Empires 2, or like I know Euthermal does a bunch of that on Starcraft 2. So, but when players do things like that, it is just it blows my mind. It hurts my brain, and it makes me just want to quit.
ManiacBen, thank you for the follow and congratulations. That was a great series that you played.
Seriously, that was. I hate Zerg versus Zerg, but I can respect the way you played it.
All right, we have a PvP. We have Otto versus ET, and so this is I haven't played any games with Otto in a CPL setting, but I've played quite a few games against Protoss, against Otto's Protoss when I first started, and I actually consider them to be a friend of mine in CPL. And Otto's Protoss, let me tell you something. This is like a really solid, tight macro player. So okay. I'm really excited to see this.
And this is going to be your specialization too, because I just played my first Protoss game in like 10 years last night. So I'm very far away from understanding the theory and very far away from understanding the nuance of a matchup, let alone the Protoss mirror.
Protoss is, you know what? Tasteless actually says it perfectly when he says that Protoss is very much played on a knife's edge, the mirror matchup. And in that vein, it can almost be like the not like the lack of elegance of ZVZ, but just really kind of cutthroaty. But you know, you kind of add an extra 2-3 minutes on it because everything's expensive and everything builds slow.
That's kind of the way I would think about it too.
Okay, so here we go. Game 1 onto Radeon.
All right. Let's make it happen, Captain.
All right. In the top right on Radeon are Red Protoss playing for the Big Naturals. It is ET.
Yeah, it's ET. One with Madness is ET.
One with Madness. And in the bottom right are Blue Protoss playing for the Build Disorders. It is Otto.
But going off of what you were talking about before in the the PvP BO3, in the pregame though, one of the things I think is really interesting about Brood War in particular is that 2 of the 3 mirror matchups are so incredibly volatile, and it's really just Terran versus Terran that ends up like always turning into a macro game, except for like in the occasion that you get crazy good like 2-fact openers. But in this case in particular, there's a lot less of the like, okay, super micro Zerglings, and a lot more of... When people talk about Brood War being like a poker game, I feel like this is the matchup that most exemplifies that, because it is so much about the build order counter and the way you play the first 4 minutes of this matchup.
So ET is going for a Pylon Scout, and this makes me wonder if this is going to be some sort of a 2-gate Zealot build. And Otto is going for a 10 Scout off of Gateway. This is a little bit more normal.
Mm-hmm.
But usually the thing about this matchup is that it usually comes down to the first fight and who loses the Goon Cold War in the first fight. Because usually the player that loses the first fight is totally just going to lose to an A move to their base right after.
Now, the power of the Protoss units, and like you said, just how slow they are to build in a lot of cases, does mean that it can snowball very, very quickly. Also, the general power of Dragoons, once you get them beyond the first one or so Dragoons. Alright, killing off the Scout, though, Otto manages to drive that away, so if he's going to plan on doing anything cheeky, which I don't think we're going to see anything, there's just a guarantee of a Cyber coming down. But if he chose to do anything wild, then that would be undetected by ET.
So he is getting a 2-gate, but this kind of a 2-gate is not like a really aggressive 2-gate, like a 9-9 or a 10-12. This looked to me more like a 10-15 2-gate. This is although I will say this 10-15 2-gate is really good for Dragoon pressure. Early Dragoon pressure.
All right.
But he is going for that second Zealot, and he is waiting for the Cyber Core to finish. Meanwhile, Otto is going to scout this. Probably is going to want to add... He doesn't have a core. Oh, no, he does have a core.
Oh, no, it's hidden in the bottom right. It's hidden in the bottom right.
I was going to say, okay, so this is good. Going right into Dragoons... off of Zealots, especially when you see that they're not going all in on Zealots. Usually the sooner you can transition into Dragoons, the better.
So I'm curious about Otto's build here. Because he had gone for the 1-gate Cyber and delayed 2nd gate, I know that everyone says that, PvP is first to expand loses. But do you think that he was trying to flex for the possibility of an expand? Do you think it was because he didn't get that scout out there to know what his opponent was doing? Like, what do you think was the purpose of kind of the banked up minerals and the delayed gateway? Was that just a mistake?
So I'm not sure. So this delayed gateway was purely a reaction to seeing the 2-gate already in his opponent's base. Now, one thing that Protoss can do, it's a very common opener, where they can go into 3-gate Dragoon, or they can even go into 3-gate Observer is a very common opener, and that gives you a timing attack window. They could also just go into 3-4-gate Dragoon. So it's possible that could have been his plan initially, and that's why he's banking up minerals, is that he wanted to kind of spike up gateways at a certain time. But this is the perfect reaction. You see your opponents on 2-gate, you match it, and then he totally held that off. Even picked off a Dragoon. He now has a Dragoon numbers advantage. They are currently even in Dragoon count right now, and Otto has 3, 4 more, 2 more on the field and 2 more building. So
not only that, Otto's range is about to finish. Otto just got Dragoon range, and that's not even started for ET. So this is a big, big advantage now, and Otto's going to get a chance to put some big pressure on.
He may not be able to, but
ooh, that was
he can at least confirm what his opponent is doing. You look at this army and you see what they've got, you see what you've got, you see it's a pretty close to even.
Otto's getting the expansion down. He's going for the natural.
And not a bad timing either. 6-minute expansion is not bad. That's pretty normal for like macro and one base stuff.
Right. I mean, you talked about Otto being big macro Protoss, really likes to get those bases up, really likes to make a lot of production and everything.
Yeah.
So maybe a lot of this skirmishing, maybe a lot of this early game is really just in the interest of trying to get a long macro game for a mirror matchup, which is, from what I understand, kind of uncommon in PvP.
Yeah, he is already going to be on a huge economic lead with this Nexus. And ET is going for the Observer and possibly Reaver, I would guess, but even if he's going for Reaver, I kind of feel like his support bay is a little late. So, no, he's not going to be going for Reaver. He's going to be going for an expansion of his own. But he is going to get the scouting intel with the Observer, and he's got legs coming as well. So perhaps ET is maybe thinking about exploding some gateways and going into mass speed lot at some point.
This this attack should hit right as range and Zealot legs finish, but there's not a lot of Zealots to take advantage of the Zealot legs, so that's not gonna really have a lot of impact immediately.
No, it's not. But if he can hold on and survive, you know, it might work okay later. But look at this setup here. This is such a strong defensive setup from Otto here at the natural. I mean, nothing is going to break into that.
Not at all. Especially, too, just having the pylon out front to tank shots. Yeah, this is a defensive tour de force. This is a clinic.
Absolutely. Yeah.
ET recognizes it's time to go home. I don't want to have anything to do with this. And Otto's actually just going to start moving across the map.
Look at this supply differential, too. 35 probes and 70 supply. Off of a relatively even opening.
Yeah. And all of this really just comes down to Otto had a couple of units that were picked off, a couple of really good formations going into fights, and even now he's trying to move his army in a way that gets into this huge concave, and it's going to work! Honestly, Otto is moving his army like it's Starcraft 2, which is incredible for Brood War.
Well, don't you know that Dragoons are actually stalkers? This
is really good movement.
These are Blink Dragoons, okay, staged?
Retreating back to the natural now. ET gonna have to decide when he wants to make his big stand, and this doesn't look like it's it.
No, this is actually a loss. I feel like, yeah, this is GG.
Very nicely played from Otto. Tiny little advantages turning into bigger and bigger ones throughout the entire matchup.
Well, and again, the key thing is probably the biggest difference between these two is that he just didn't stop building probes and Dragoons. It's such a simple, basic thing that they teach you right away, and for good reason. This is an excellent matchup that showcases why.
And it's so easy. It's so easy at low levels of play or even intermediate levels of play to think, oh man, I've made so many workers already. Why do I need to keep making workers? It's like, oh man, I just made my bed this morning. Why do I have to make it the next morning? You know? You got to eat your vegetables. You got to make your workers.
Yes, sir. And with that piece of sage wisdom, we are going right to Polypoid. Okay. All right. Are you ready for game 2, sir?
Absolutely. I'm happy to see Polypoid. That's the first time you'll ever see that, or the first context you'll ever hear that.
I am here for it. All right. In the top right of Poly, it is our blue Protoss Otto up 1-0. Oh, sorry. Top right. The bottom left. I swear, I know my directions. This is the blue Protoss Otto. And in the top left, it is our red Protoss ET. You know, a comeback is still possible, but he's gonna
for sure.
He's gonna have to win 2 games in a row to pull this one out of the hat.
The thing that I think is really interesting about this, actually, is that Polypoid is relatively standard as well, very similar to Radeon. I think that as far as the map goes, the only real notable difference that I don't think is going to come into a factor in this matchup at all is the mineral-only third, but because Protoss in general in PvP rarely goes to thirds, and if it does, you also really like those minerals, it's not a big difference from Radeon overall.
One with Madness, once again going for that pylon scout, and it does look like yeah, so it does look like at this rate he's gonna, if he goes counterclockwise, he's gonna scout Otto last. Otto, meanwhile, going for again the 10 scout off of the gateway.
They're both gonna last location this.
Yes.
It's not a huge difference. It's not a huge delta. Oh, that actually looks like it might be an end scout. No, never mind. This is gonna be box scout. So yeah, one with Madness is gonna last location Otto, and last game where it didn't make a huge difference, but last game ET did first scout Otto, where Otto's last scouted ET. Which could have had something to do with their choices of build orders, but now I'm curious to see, like, with the added uncertainty of a last location scout, if that's going to impact the way that either of them choose their builds.
Well, and the thing about particularly with Protoss too, Protoss is kind of similar to Terran in that you can't really afford to scout too early as Protoss, because you need the probes, you need that economic stability to get into your core tech, especially if you're going off of a 1-gate core build like this.
Right.
So
the timings are so volatile.
That 8 scout could wind up hurting the red Protoss.
So ET does get in, even though there was a zealot on the ramp trying to block, and sees what's going on. There's nothing too crazy. There's 2 zealots out on the map at this point.
Yeah, and, you know, looks like once again we're going for another 2-gate. This time it's gonna this might be another 10-15 2-gate. So Otto is gonna scout this last, and no doubt he is going to reactively build a 2nd gate, but this time it is going to be a bit later.
Right, that's the thing that I was thinking about, is Otto this time is actually behind in probe count, despite the fact that he was going for a, I want to say, kind of conservative build again, going for the pylon instead of the 2nd gateway. I think this is just kind of a mechanical misconsideration where he just kind of missed a probe cycle or 2.
Yeah, and that does happen, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're not looking at A rank, S rank players. This is CPL. We're all learning. We all make mistakes.
Red is going immediately for, he's not even going robo, he's going for a 3-gate, at least a 3-gate goon all in. Well, not all in, but he's still making workers, but this is going to be a very aggressive play out of the red Protoss. And honestly, if you're going to do a 1-base goon build without robo, 3 gates is like much more stable on 1 base than 4 gates is.
Now, the big thing that I'm noticing here as a difference is that once again, Otto is going for that early range, whereas ET delayed the range pretty heavily last game, and seems to be doing the same thing here. So, if the range comes out soon, like that's not contested, then even with a numbers advantage, I think that Otto's going to be able to hold this, especially if he plays for the high ground advantage on the middle of the map.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you're going to get in this matchup, you need range. It's like, it's pretty much as simple as that. You need range, because if you're going aggressive without it, you can't do any of the long reach shots. If you defend with it and your opponent beats you, it's just over. I mean, it's already just over anyway, but you know, it's even more of a foregone conclusion if you don't have it.
So Otto is recognizing that he is outnumbered in Dragoons right now and pulling back towards his own base.
Yep.
One with Madness has a very respectable count of Dragoons at the moment and has started range, but it's going to be a while before that kicks in to hit that big timing.
Right. So he's not going to be able to be as aggressive as he would like. And honestly, once Otto's macro, once he matches this 3-gate macro here, I really feel like he may not even One with Madness might be at a defensive disadvantage too, but I could be wrong about that. You know, a lot of this game does come down to control as well.
I kind of like what One with Madness is doing here. He's moving out onto the map, but also preparing for a possible expansion at the same time.
Yeah.
This is very, very classic tactics, but we're going to have to see how control works, especially because range is only half done. Big skirmish here.
He is close enough that range doesn't matter, but he's going to have to pull back.
The big thing is he can't get all of his Dragoons in to deal damage at the same time. The range allows for more attacks from Otto to come out. Nice hit and run here from Otto.
Yeah.
But One with Madness is going to escape relatively unscathed, just a little bit of hull damage. Oh, and One with Madness isn't taking the Nexus. He's going to be very behind on the expansion again. Okay, there we go.
All right.
All right. So we have about 12 Dragoons for each player, but One with Madness is a lot more damaged. Also has a slight Dragoon disadvantage here. So this is going to really come down to like good control, but I think that this is going to be really difficult for One with Madness to break into the natural here.
Well, the thing is I do like his numbers position, especially now that range is done. You know, this still is going to be hard to push into, but he's going to have a lot more competitive advantage this time around.
Right, but the arc that Otto was holding in was fantastic, and I mean that was a good, I want to say 14-12 supply swing in favor of One with Madness. I think he only lost one. I'm sorry, in favor of Otto. I think Otto only lost 1 or 2 Dragoons in that entire exchange.
Yep. And again, look at this beautiful defensible position.
Mm-hmm. Now, there was a lot of effort there from One with Madness, from ET, but not a lot of results. And that's kind of the worst thing that can happen in a StarCraft match, is when you put in a lot of effort and a lot of attention, a lot of focus, but you just don't get anything out of it. That's like worst of all worlds.
You know what, though? This is the game where it's like you have to constantly keep putting in effort, because this is a game where there's just so many layers, there's so much complexity, and there's so much to think about.
Exactly. All right, so just kind of taking a look at the overall state of the game. Both players are on Robo. You've got Observer Tech out for Otto, but we have a Shuttle and a Robo support bay built up for One with Madness, and he is going for a Reaver, but there's an Observer sitting right over top of it, so Otto is aware of everything.
Absolutely. And I do love the fact that Otto just went straight for a couple Observers, got one right on top of the opponent's army, and got one right at the natural to see the tech and the move out. So just beautiful. And once again, you know, even in supply and a slight probe lead now for Otto again. So just beautiful macro.
A little bit of an engagement down at the choke for Otto.
I love this dive. I love these goons just kind of trying to get close and really press the issue.
pretty clean fight here for ET this time.
Yeah.
And with the Reaver showing up, this could be a huge advantage.
Absolutely, yeah. This Reaver is just going to totally even out this fight. And now ET does take the engagement. Otto has nothing else at home to defend, and all the goons he's starting and in his 3 gates, he has to wait 30 seconds for them to finish.
I think this game might just be over here. These Dragoons and Reaver are doing phenomenal work. Otto's already migrated all of his probes away back to the main. There's nothing mining at the natural almost.
Maybe getting a little too zealous with that goon dive there, as much as I liked it.
I think just the timing there with the Reaver coming in and the strong numbers that One with Madness had have really made this game go in his favor.
And this is, to me, this is like an excellent example of how volatile, as you said, this match is, how much it teeters on a very, very precarious balance that could just shift.
One of the things that I do like out of ET this game is if you take a look at the bases, because this game's probably over, but both of them took their natural expansions. Both of them expanded, increased their economy, but ET is the one that actually started making more production to scale with that increased economy, whereas Otto stayed on 3 gates and 1 robo that didn't even have the capability of making Reavers. So it's like you're getting more money, but you're not getting a way of spending it.
Now, notice that both games, Otto didn't actually make a Reaver.
Yeah.
And there are some Prodosses out there that are lower, like when you're learning as Protoss and there's so many other things to learn. There are some Prodosses out there that don't really go Reaver, and they really lean more into their macro and their mechanics and their production and go with goons purely. And in fact, I believe it was Snow. I believe it was Snow that said that, when you're starting out, it's better to focus on Storm and High Templar than it is to focus on Reaver. So, but obviously I'm sure he knows that's not an absolute. In this matchup, it's actually a very useful and handy unit to have. It really tilts the scales, as we saw here.
And that's kind of the big thing, and I think that's a good point to make, especially about CPL, because every player... Oh, let me reorient this a little bit. Every race has units that are really easy to use and units that are really hard to use.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that at the highest level, the biggest thing that differentiates the skill of an individual Protoss player is having control over the fine nuances of each unit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's nobody at the highest level that uses Dragoons like Rain does. There's nobody at the highest level that uses Reavers like Snow does.
Right.
But all of those have so much nuance. The Zealots from Bisu have so much nuance and micro control aspects to it that there's going to be certain things that new players feel comfortable with, and they're going to learn to use Dragoons. They're going to learn to use Reavers, but they're not going to be able to use Arbiters and Templars at the same time, and that is a lifetime of skill to be able to do all of it at once.
Yeah. And another really good resource for a high level player is Day 9. Day 9's infamous. I'm so mean. Notorious. No, that's even more mean. Day 9's just incredible, informative. Let's Learn Starcraft series. He does actually go into not so much the hard micro that you see at the pro level, but he does go into army control and some micro with zealots, and particularly with zealots like maximizing surface area and all that stuff. So there is a whole lot of micro to be learned right out the gate in this game with just the 2 most fundamental units with Protoss.
Seriously, it's absolutely insane.
Okay, here we go. We are on. We're going.
Yeah, this should be Eclipse. We need to move on to Eclipse, not on Polypoid. We got the same replay.
Okay, here we go. So Eclipse this time. Nobody saw that.
I think that. Well, you're right. Nobody saw that.
If a tree falls in a forest and nobody hears it, does it make a sound?
If a tree falls in the forest, no one's around to hear it. Do you punish the lumberjack?
Okay, here we go. On to Eclipse. Third game again. 1-1. I do think that last game really came down to a little bit of a production misstep on behalf of Otto with the probes and stuff. He was a little behind, a little on the back foot, but also that came down to just some engagement decisions and the power of the Reaver. It really does tilt the army if you don't have it and someone else does.
Right. Because of the fact that Dragoons are very much kind of a man-fighty unit, I talked about how no one uses Dragoons like Rain does, but even then, like, no matter how good Rain controls a Dragoon, he's not going to get more than X amount of value in PvP, because Dragoons are just man-fighters.
Yeah.
And, the Reaver is really the X factor in Dragoon-on-Dragoon crime. Alright, there's that Pylon Scout again here from ET. He really likes this. Even on a two-player map.
On this map, I feel like this Pylon Scout is definitely unnecessary. Because you already know where they are. And at 8 supply, you're not going to get any meaningful information on their opener. So I do think this is definitely, on a 4-player map you can you can give it a pass just because they're so huge, but on this map I do think this is definitely a miscalculation on ET's part.
Do you think he might go for a gas steal? Is that the reason why? Do people even do that in PvP?
On ladder, anything is possible.
There it is!
This is just bad manner right here. You gas steal your own race. Like,
and then the true next level bad manner would be to go ahead and manor Pylon right now as well. But One with Madness is actually in a bit of trouble because with all of the control of the units and everything, he's actually got a whole bunch of, oh my god, it's not a perfect manor Pylon, but there is a manor Pylon. But, no, just having a whole bunch of idle workers because you're too busy trying to, like, micro it and get cute with the opponent.
Yeah.
Dude, this is a game 3 of all game 3s.
Does he actually manor anything? No, that
no.
In
a way, it actually fixes the mining because it means that the probe that's going to that mineral patch can't go to like the main body of it. It has to go to the corner where it mines fastest.
Right. Okay, so once again we are going into 2-gate. This is 2-gate Zealot right now. And Otto is going into that. Oh, I'm sorry. I got the two sides mixed up. So Otto is actually going to 2-gate with a delayed core and a forge, and One with Madness is just going into kind of a 2-gate goon, opener. I do like the addition of the forge because if he can actually get an upgrade lead on his opponent and have strong macro, that's a win.
Definitely.
+1 Dragoons are insane in this matchup.
One of the other things to think about, too, is because the gas was delayed, just having something that you can spend your stuff on, I would have actually rather it been a Pylon if you were just looking to spend on something. Yeah. Because of the fact that there's a bit of a psychological thing that can occur here, and that's that when you've played so many games, you're going to think, okay, I need to make a new pylon at X supply. But when you have a pylon in the enemy base, you're more likely to get supply blocked because you're using that as a buffer.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see it here, though, because Otto has been pretty good about building supplies, or building pylons in the right timings.
And we are even on workers and even in supply. Pretty even, but you look at it, Otto still does have a slight production lead, even this early in the game, 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, both them going range this time, so no delayed range. This is actually, I think it was ET who was delaying the range on both games.
Yeah, no, this time it's actually Otto with the delayed range.
And not by much. That's just due to the delayed gas from the gas steal.
Yep.
I like this forward pylon again here from Otto, just outside of his choke.
Yep. I like that. I also like the spotter pylons in the base. That's a very good thing to do in this matchup.
That pylon out front particularly is going to mess with the auto-targeting for the Dragoons and make it really hard for this fight to actually happen in a decisive manner. But there is a very, very brief moment where the range advantage is for ET. I don't think he knows it, though.
Well, part of that problem is the travel time. Like, he just got here with all his units, and Otto's range is finishing.
Right. So now at this point, any opportunity to actually put damage in is over. There's a cannon. The numbers advantage is here.
Yep. And now Otto is gonna be able to dictate the pace of the game with the upgrade once that finishes.
Right. This is going to be looking pretty good for Otto overall. We're going to need to see some kind of pivot from ET to try and claw back an advantage because there's so many intangible things here for Otto. They're looking good. Nice way of depowering the cannon here, though.
Yep, he is going to be annoying, but still very even. I mean, you look at it and there's literally like a Dragoon or a Probe difference between these two.
No, there's no substantial difference. Really, the big difference in minerals that are there is there's one gate more for one with Madness, and it looks like Otto is staging for a Nexus, and that's exactly what we see dropping here. So another way of generating an advantage for Otto. We're just going to need to see if the numbers advantage plays out in one with Madness's favor, because he's going to try and push that right now. And even then, the supply is dead even. He doesn't have an advantage in numbers, only in production.
Yeah, and it's
oh boy, this is not looking good.
Nice targeting on the cannon. Once again, we do have that pylon kind of trying to mess with the pathing, but Otto is defending very well.
And Otto has one more Dragoon out in the choke here too, so even if there is an attempt to re-engage, Otto has the numbers advantage in all respects at this point, and that +1 has finished. So this is just looking better and better and better for Otto by the moment, and we're not seeing any tech out of ET, we're not seeing an expansion. The expansion's just getting started, and it's finished for Otto. Well, not quite, but it's almost there.
The +1 is now done, so now Otto actually has a huge... I mean, this extra 2 damage is a huge advantage for the Goons.
He's actually losing a lot here, though. The target firing in the arc for one with Madness is huge.
Yep.
Also just brought in a lot more. He's not stopping the production. This could
That's
end it
awesome.
here, actually.
Look at that. Wow.
Incredible target firing from one with Madness.
Yeah, just taking the whole control group and just diving.
I think ET's got this. The probe count is about to skyrocket in his favor.
What a beautiful execution of attack this game from ET.
I love the way that ET controls and sets up his fights. Like, every time I think, okay, there's no way, Otto's got this. And then ET comes out, he sets up these huge arcs, he finds the engagement, and just absolutely crushes it when it looks dead even.
Well played indeed, by the way. GG going up. Okay. And with that, we have one more series, and then we're going to take a short break.
All right.
So, awesome. Oh, did I? I think I did the wrong one. Oh well. We'll do the right one later. I did the wrong one. So I think Otto is actually in the second half of tier 3.
Oh, okay.
And
well, we had ManiacBen before. Otto's in the same group as them.
Yeah. So we're gonna do the top tier of tier 3, Flippendo versus Minirennac, PVT.
All right. This is another one that doesn't have any of my race in it, but at the same time, I played Terran a very long time ago, back in the IC Cup days. I don't know if you were around back then.
Mm-hmm. I wasn't around competitively back then, but I have heard of, and I'm slightly familiar with the IC Cup.
Oh God, I was never good. But I was like, yeah, man, I'm going to play Brood War. It's the hardest, coolest game. I'm going to play Terran. It's the hardest race. Why do I never win?
Oh, that's so funny.
Really, I just liked Vultures. I still love Vultures, but I just can't play them. I'm not that good.
Yeah, Vultures are they're fun, but they're also annoying. You know, being on the receiving end of them is extremely annoying. I played Terran as well, but I played it a little bit more casually. Like, I played a lot of BGH's Terran a long time ago. And what I love about the race is how defensive and positional the Terran race is.
Yeah.
It is like you really, when you play it at the highest level, you really take advantage of the entire map and what the map has to offer with Terran.
And I think that in PVT in particular, like, it is such an interesting dance of that positional play versus the macro and, like, a little bit of mobility, but mostly just raw power that Protoss units bring to the table.
Yeah.
Especially because so much of the play is just based around core gateway units with a splash of tech. You never go, like, crazy onto tech units in with Protoss, but you have to find whatever that secret sauce is to make your dish sing.
Yes, absolutely. And you know what? The sauce doesn't even have to be that complicated. There's, like, I mean, Zealot Dragoon in this matchup, I mean, there's a reason why those are the core 2 units. You know, they're just so strong and they synergize so well together. All right, so here we go into game 1 on Radeon. In the top right, we have Check Flash, also known as Flippendo, playing for Build Disorders. I love that Check Flash.
That's a brilliant name. I love it.
And in the top left, we have our Red Protoss, Minirennac, playing for the Big Naturals.
All right. One of the things I always, like, appreciate, because it's trivia, it's not, like, actually something that makes a huge difference in low tiers, but I always like to take a look and see, like, have people, do people fix their mining? Do they mineral boost, like, in the early game? And I'm pleased to note that, Check Flash, or Flippendo, is properly fixing some of his mining and everything, but it's also, like, I don't know, there's such differences with each race. I feel like you need to have, like, a super sleuth eye to see all of the micro changes that each race does.
Mm-hmm. You also have to just, I mean, you know, a lot of, there's a fair bit of knowledge in this game that just comes from knowing how to execute it yourself.
Right. But I don't know, it's always like really interesting because there's so much to do in the early game of Brood War that the spectator or the casual spectator has no idea is there. You're sitting there and you're watching the game and it's like, man, the early game, there's nothing going on. They make the same buildings, they do the same stuff, they send the same scouts out. And as players, we're like, oh my god, look at the way that the workers are pathing to the minerals. Look at the Sim City, the fact that he's got the barracks next to the supply depot. That's so smart, it's gonna make such a big difference. And people who don't know it are just like, yeah, that's cool, man.
So, Minirennac 10 scouting and cross spawn scouting. He confirms that it is a close spawn. And building 2 zealots before core off of 1 gateway. I love it.
Back in the like early 2000s, it wasn't a lot of common knowledge the way that some of the Sim City with supply depots and barracks worked. So you didn't have basically the little hidey hole that Marines would use. So like 1 or 2 zealot pressure was so deadly when like Lost Temple and Python were the main maps. And you basically had to get a bunker out on time. But now I feel that with the advent of just understanding the game better, oh my god!
Oh, wow!
Minirennac has pulled so many probes to chase off this SCV.
What a huge hit! Oh man!
Wow, that's a lot of money that's just not ever gonna be in his pockets. Alright, Zealot going into harass a little bit, and Check Flash actually not really utilizing any of that Sim City. Like, this feels a lot like the early 2000s TVP of, alright, my Marines get terrorized by Zealots.
I like how Minirennac is waiting until the Zealots are together and the probe is with the Zealots here. Although the
oh no!
Oh.
Check Flash targeted down his own SCV!
Oh, I hate it when I do that.
Oh no! And now these Zealots just need to get around and basically sandwich the Marines on either side of the supply depot.
And what a and this is just a micro game for the Terran. Oh my god, how brutal. Oh, but the Vulture's out. He's gonna clean this up, no problem.
He's gonna clean it up, but at the same time, if you don't micro the Vulture, you can actually lose it to the Zealots. And he almost does. There's a Dragoon coming in. This could just be game ending right now.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, this is why I hate playing Terran, because the early game micro is so important, and it is so hard to continue to execute when you need to keep building things and microing everything. The multitasking in the early game is so hard. The game's not going to be over, but it's going to hurt. Like, and this is just all punishing. Look at how much bank Check Flash has right now.
Right. So he does
all of this
kill...
is just because he has to defend so much.
Oh, he's okay. Minirennac needs to pull back. He did lose a Dragoon, and he did a substantial amount of just disruption here. But the bunker's up. The Vultures, there's Vulture production off of one fact. He just kind of needs to hold back here. I do like that the Protoss is expanding. I believe this was off of like 19 or 20 supply. And adding a second gate, but I feel like the probe production needs to definitely
needs to step up,
stabilize, and step up. Yeah.
Right. Now, because of the fact, like, you think about how many units Minirennac made, even though this was probably around like 19 something supply, that was with a whole bunch of units being lost as well. So it probably comes out to about the same timing as like a 27 supply Nexus, give or take.
Right. Which is still, I mean, 27 supply Nexus is very, not, you don't need to, you're not worried. That's still a very good timing.
Yes. Continuing to pressure on the bunker here. Minirennac is not taking his foot off the gas.
Nice. Gotta match the SCV count with the goon count if you want this to hold. The tank is out, and siege mode is almost done.
Really interesting going for siege mode first. I know that that's like a common safe play, but it does mean that, especially with the fact that the machine shop was delayed, the tech was delayed just due to the harass and the multitask.
Oh.
It does mean that it's going to be a longer time before Check Flash can contest map presence by having speed or mines for the vultures.
Right.
I like this decision to put the missile turret out front just in case of DT.
This is a pretty, this position that Check Flash is setting up, it's a pretty, standard, just really safe position. By the way, with this map in particular, I also like the idea of putting tanks up here on this high ground to just totally push back these goons that are just camping out here.
Yeah.
Again, positional play with the race, But this is, that said, this is just a nice, safe posture that Check Flash has.
Yes, Check Flash is finally stabilized. It took quite a lot of doing, but now he's kind of got the opportunity to macro up a little bit, is no longer in this panicked position. And oh no, Minirennac was actually considering going in. That's not what he wants to be doing this point in the game.
No. Although, now, all that said, we have +1 vehicle weapons coming up. We have a shuttle finishing up soon, and I see a support bay and a shuttle. I'm thinking there's going to be Reaver shenanigans.
Now, he's got the spotter eBay Check Flash does over his natural, but doesn't have any defenses in the main. So if Minirennac uses the information from the observer to spot that, then he's going to have a really fun time with that Reaver going into the main to disrupt some stuff.
Mm-hmm. So I like that we have the observer here. We're seeing that it's 2 fact still. Now, all that said, we have Goliaths coming out. So we're going to have anti-air. We're going to be able to do some damage to that shuttle and be able to chase it.
I didn't take a look. I wonder if Check Flash had scanned to see the Robo support bay.
That's fair. I didn't see that either. But
no, he can't. He doesn't have an academy. There's no scanning.
So this is just probably just a
That's a raw
caution.
read. Yeah, that's just an abundance of precaution here. I do like the decision, but he's only got 2 Goliaths out. Big move out here with tanks, though, from Check Flash. Holy moly.
Yeah, though. Yeah. Gonna need to back up. You cannot A-move into those tanks when they're sieged up.
No, sir. Did manage to pick off 1 tank in exchange for 2 Dragoons and just a little bit of shuffle and moving out. But now I'm kind of concerned for Minirennac if he doesn't have eyes on those tanks with the Observer. Because once that push shows up, he doesn't have enough to defend it.
No, he doesn't. But he is going to try and get some more disruption done with this shuttle and this Reaver. This
is going to hit so hard. This is going to hit so hard.
Check Flash is on a worker advantage, so if he can actually kill some SCVs here, that's going to be huge for Minirennac.
Oh, the Scarab duds!
Oh.
Another dud?
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Needs to pick
brutal.
up, but he's got the Zealots there too. This is still a lot of damage. It's good disruption. Not a ton of damage, but good disruption.
Yes, he's now forcing the Terran to be on 1 base economy.
And the other thing too is it takes a lot of effort and control to get your SCVs back to a balanced state. It's really easy to short or flood one of your bases with just too many workers after you've had to do a transfer like that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not deterring Check Flash. He is just going ahead and taking his tanks, moving out again towards the middle of the map. I think he's just setting up to be able to take the third.
Yeah,
I don't feel like this is setting up for a push.
No, I definitely feel like he's protecting his natural third route with these tanks and these spotter Goliaths here.
Alright. Check Flash might be looking to move into drops. Also is looking to be able to pick up tier 2 upgrades with the science facility. And I'm also wondering if he's going to try and get cheeky with this in the control tower, if it's just for drops, or if he's going to be going for science vessels, if he's going to be going for even battle cruisers, which would be a really stupid decision in my opinion, but who am I to judge? Starcraft has a lot of ways to win.
I think that drops and science vessels are both very viable. What he decides to do is just going to be dependent upon what information he gets, I feel like. But both of those plays, I do feel like if he does really want to lead into drop play, he might need another starport to really make that investment worthwhile. But this is kind of a nice little flexible thing. He can do a lot with it. I did see a scan go down. I did not see where he was trying to scan at.
Yeah, he did not. He's not aware of the third base here for Minirennac at the very least. The scan did not hit there.
It looks like he might have tried to scan the main. Whoops.
Yeah.
That was smart.
5 gateway production for Minirennac, and also has another Reaver set up. Is going to be looking for another Reaver drop. But now the third is up, so there's not really a clean way in, and there's missile turrets covering the natural. Yeah. So if he goes for a dive, it's going to be a one-way trip.
I like that Check Flash is adding in some more factories now. He's just trying to get his, add them in when he has the minerals. But that's really what he needs. He needs to get up to like 5 or 6 factories, or even 7. 7's a nice, just like kind of a long game number. But Minirennac does have a nice macro engine going, and he's only building off of it.
If you take a look in the top left as well, he actually has a starport and arbiter tech up. So we're going to be seeing a little bit of that secret sauce I was talking about before the game. It's going to be arbiter tech here to complement the gateway units.
Yep, arbiter and stasis. So this isn't going to be a recall play right away, but he is going to be able to stasis clumps of tanks.
And I think that stasis is kind of the easier ability to use for arbiters as opposed to recall. At the very least, it's like easier to think about conceptually. And that's just kind of, like I said, all races have various things that they need to do and like units that they're going to be better or worse with. And I think that's a good baby step into playing arbiter tech.
Well, what's nice about stasis particularly is it does lean into that kind of macro, 200 maxed army philosophy that you do like to learn on.
Right. And there's so many tanks here for Check Flash. They're just all clumped up right outside, like right in the big choke on Radion.
Yeah.
The one thing I would really like to see out of him, though, is, like, maybe getting some more vultures just for mines. Because this is a Terran's dream late-game tech, is just tanks and Goliaths.
Mm-hmm.
But not having any mines or not having any vultures just to go around and check on bases means that you're really playing blind and your control of the map is so limited at this point.
Yeah, and to that note, running around the map with like 3 vultures and literally putting a mine in like every base is not hard. It's
right.
It's like such a simple thing to mix in when there's no map control on the Protoss's end.
All right, bit of a move out starting. This observer's gonna see the tanks that are in the back here, but not the ones up front. Doesn't realize this is actually turning into a push out.
I don't dislike the supply count either. This is 140 mech versus 175 80 supply Protoss. The Protoss is not maxed. And the mech has a 2-1 upgrade and now it's at 150 supplies. So this is a pretty nice push coming out from him. He does have a vessel to be able to negate the arbiter stasis.
At least the cloaking field, but let's we're gonna have to see how he controls this fight. Honestly, starting to try and get tanks into position. Not able to see the dragoons yet. But this has potential to be an absolutely crushing fight if he can get all of these tanks into position. And just look at how many he's got here. This is an absolutely huge army.
This is just a nasty number of tanks. This is just this is like almost like light level of tanks here.
Oh, I love this. I love this. Check Flash is actually sending an SCV up to take the base that's right here, and he might even spot these shuttles if Minirennac moves them across the map.
This is a very confident. This is the kind of base you take when you're ready to push and you think you're gonna like have a lot of momentum. This is a very confident fourth base here out of the Terran.
Check Flash is slowly starting his push. When the Arbiter moved, it took away the cloaking field from these Dragoons, so to let them get a couple of pot shots off. Oh, that's a great stasis, though. That's a 5-tank stasis, I think, in the top middle of the map.
Yep. They did.
And Minirennac's moving in now too. He's actually bombing the. Oh no, he's not unloading the shuttles.
He's bombing.
Okay, yeah. Them. This is a huge engagement. That stasis was insane for Minirennac.
But that said, look at this. Look at the army differential. It's not huge. Like,
no, it's not.
Check Flash is still in this game, I feel like. I mean, yeah, this is the execution of this was. They are even.
A little bit of overstorming.
Yeah.
Great moves there to scan reactively, just to like immediate reaction scan, because there was no science vessel there, and those tanks that came out of stasis needed to be able to fight. But now this is back to square nothing for everybody. But I mean, we're on, I want to say 9 gates of production for the Protoss player and 8 factories of production for Check Flash. That's really good for Terran.
I agree with you 100%. I think this is still very much Check Flash's game.
And his supply is going to be going up at almost the same rate as Minirennac's, and the fact that you really want to have way more gateways than your opponent has factories as Protoss, like, his pylons are in the shape of an L, and I think that's going to be prophetic very soon.
Nice dive.
Especially if,
Ooh.
Oh, no.
Well,
there's mines in between those vultures and the, army as well, so when Minirennac's trying to respond, he's running through minefield to slow him down. This is just going to be a huge chunk of workers taken out of here. Finally actually getting the shuttles to drop a High Templar in, but that's just going to be more gas that's gone as well.
He does finally clean it up, but look at this. They're now even. Got, what, like
Not
5
as many workers
out
as
of
I was
that.
expecting.
And we do have 6 gates in this 5th base now here for Minirennac. So that is 16 gateways. Sorry, 17 gateways of production for the Protoss.
Definitely about where he wants to be.
But That said, 8 factory Terran on 3-4 base is with relatively even supply. I do think that this is still, you know, Check Flash is very much in this game. He almost has 3-3. He has 3-2, so
yeah, this is just absolutely crushing the army in the middle of the map. These
Yeah.
shuttles have nothing in them. This is just literally hotkey dumping from Minirennac, trying to get units out there.
Yeah.
These zealots are going to get cut off before they connect down to anything.
yeah,
I think this is about to be GG.
this is just rally management, unfortunately, and that's so easy to get like caught up in doing.
Now, especially here, Check Flash is only on 3 base, but he's gonna be mining out of the main soon, or the main natural gonna mining out soon for both players. But there's so much of a supply advantage for Check Flash that I don't think that matters. Like, he's not worried about needing to expand more. In fact, he's got 2 mining bases, even with them mining out. This is fine for Check Flash. Even if he lost his entire army, he still wins this game. Yeah, just everywhere on the map there's these little tiny skirmishes taking place, but there's so many mines now that Check Flash has laid that there's really no way for Minirennac to chase him anywhere.
I feel like Check
So-
Flash really wants to take out this 4th and 5th here. Now that he has the natural pretty destabilized.
And that there's no minerals mining out of the natural for the most part. It's just the 3rd, and then you have the bottom left corner bases.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Minirennac, there's not a lot of mining going on here anyway. So it's not like economically this is going to be, although this is going to be a huge hit to the production. That's going to be 6 gateways he can potentially neutralize with this move.
The other thing to think about as well is because of the fact the Protoss has their production split, as every Protoss likes to do, if you want to come down and fully fight this push, you're gonna have to run through a predictable path in the middle of the map, and there could be mines there.
Yep.
So that's gonna slow you down that much more. It's basically like cutting off a rally point. So Check Flash is in a really good spot here. Even though you're not gonna get hemmed in, you're still cut off. Yeah, this is looking very, very brutal. Check Flash got to feel great for himself. And this is after the insane amount of pressure that Minirennac put on in the beginning of the game.
And this is why, you know, there's a lot of Protosses who like to be aggressive early. This is why they do, is because once you get a Terran that has, you know, a lot of factories and is going up to 3-3 mech, you can't stop them. There gets to be a point to where Terran is hard to stop.
Right. I mean, that's kind of why I think a lot of Protoss like to go for that carrier transition, because that's kind of the only way to deal with a late game Terran is just, alright, we're gonna take advantage of the fact that tanks can't shoot in the air.
Right.
But that's not this game, obviously, and Minirennac might be paying the price for that, might be kicking himself, because he's got basically 1 base worth of mining, and that's not going to be lasting much longer after this happens, after this push goes.
Look at this. Look at the wall off here. I mean, yes, his tank is stasis, but look at the wall off between these siege tanks on this ramp. This is just... And I don't think that was intentional, but that is just awesome.
It's just like those bases that have the minerals on the ramp or the eggs on the ramp to screw up pathing.
Yeah.
But, this is one that Minirennac made himself. So Minirennac's going to be able to actually save his base. He's trying to expand to the 3rd in the bottom left, but he doesn't have a nexus there. He just sent his probes there. So he's trying to stabilize, but now Check Flash is just pivoting another push to the top left of the map instead.
Yep. And just another macro cycle coming to the way of the Protoss here. This time threatening the only real mining base Protoss has, and Terran is going up to a 5th command center.
But a nice flank here. If you take a look towards the center of the map, Minirennac starting to approach. Also got a little bit of a stasis on the pushing force. I keep thinking this is over. I keep thinking it's like all hope is lost. But there's a big fight that Minirennac is still putting up here with these stasises, with these arbiters. It just, every time that I think there might be hope, it slips further and further away.
Yeah. And I mean, this is just, you know, the Terran army is just, it's superior to the Protoss army. And when you get a game to where where the Terran can just upgrade and macro, you can see why. It's just, it's such a hard army for the Protoss to deal with. Very good game out of Flippendo for game 1 here. Nice job.
Seriously, what is it that they say? Terran can do anything! Terran can do anything!
Yes, they can. Until they can't.
Maybe I'm gonna have to reconsider my aversion to Terran after having seen that handling of the horrible early game.
I have to constantly refer back to how hard Terran is for so many people.
It really is, and like I want to like playing Terran. I like Terran as a concept, but playing Terran feels like pulling teeth. And I've come to accept that. Like I have so much respect for people that can play Terran and play Terran well, except for Artosis, because no one respects Artosis. I'm just kidding. But it is such just a finicky early game to navigate, just so you can get into the mid game that has fun units.
Absolutely, yeah. It can be very rough. All right. We are back to Polypoid. In the bottom right are Red Protoss, Minirennac. And in the bottom left are Blue Terran, Check Flash, also known as Flippendo. And you know what? I mean, having played Terran... Oh, sorry. Okay.
Gotta get the scene.
There we go. Now we have the scene. And now we do the wonderful zooming shot. Okay. So the thing about Terran, like when I've played it, and what I love about the race is that I very much am like a build order and timing and just timing focused player, and it's just very like building with Terran is so zen, and I'm sorry, but SCVs, like just clicking on an SCV in motion is so much easier than clicking on a probe in motion.
Oh yeah, probes are tiny, man.
Yeah.
You gotta like click on their butt to get anything working. It's just horrible.
It's like trying to catch a tiny gnat.
With chopsticks.
With chopsticks. It's like people don't even realize like how freaking hard it is to click on probes compared to SCVs.
And then that's ignoring the fact too that like, okay, you want to get one out of a pile of them and then you get 4 accidentally, and it's like, okay man, now I'm not even building anything I can't build because I've got 4 probes, and now I've got 4 probes that aren't mining, and I just want to pull my hair out, like please let me have SCVs.
And don't even get me started on splitting and then splitting your probes and accidentally clicking on all 4 and then accidentally clicking on all 3, and oh my god, they're a nightmare.
Now, one of the things I got to think about too is like, we know the order that these players have played these games in, and I have a unique issue that when I'm playing not just Starcraft, but like any strategy game that can go for long games and that requires a lot of focus, where once I get to once I play a really long game, I have a really hard time resetting my brain to the early game again. So I wonder if there's other players that have that same issue. I wonder if these guys are going to have their performance adversely affected by tilt or just by stress levels from that. And oh my god, we're going to have proxy tech here from Minirennac. Going to be going for DTs.
I guess he must have scouted him right away on first scout, and that's how he's able to get away with this. That's the only way I can think of.
Yeah, he got first scout out, and Minirennac actually he's got the pylon in the mid left of the map. He's going to set up a Templar Archives there as soon as the Citadel of Laduna is done. He would have actually put the Citadel over there if it wasn't for the fact that the pylon was slightly mistimed against the Cyber Core, and he just wanted the timing to be as tight as possible. Yeah, we're going to see fast DT.
This is going to be a 3-gate DT.
Oh man, this is crushing. It actually hasn't set the Templar Archives yet, but is that 2-2? Or 200? Okay.
Yeah.
Templar's in the main. Templar Archives in the main.
It's a 150-200.
Okay. Now, the one thing that we did see out of Check Flash last game, after having that crazy opener, was he did put the missile turret right behind the bunker at first, but he doesn't have an eBay. So there's no opportunity for detection immediately at all for Check Flash. If these DTs happen and get in there, this game is over.
Yeah.
The only way he can fight them off is with mines, and he's not researching that.
And that he does send an SCV out to scout, but he totally just bypasses the third. He is not going to see this coming at all. He has, like you said, no detection. Once those DTs get in there and neutralize this tank, he's going to tap out of this. This is
eBay is coming down.
This is going to be a rage quit.
Yeah.
This is we're going to feel Terran rage here.
Terran can do anything except handle DTs.
I mean, I'm a Protoss main and I off-race as Terran Zerg, and I totally empathize with Terran Rage in this situation.
Okay,
oh
the
my
eBay
gosh.
is just finishing.
Here they come. They're going to totally target... Are they going to target down the tank? They're not. They're just going to go right into the main and target down the SCV building. No, they're just going to go right for the economy.
All right, the alert came out. There's a missile turret going down at the natural. And GG.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Yep, not even. We're not getting a game.
All right. Well, good on Flippendo for GGing.
Oh man.
Although in that game, I think I would agree with Artosis that he can be forgiven for not GGing.
So
nice.
I guess that kind of ties into what I was talking about, though, with the fatigue after a long game, is I wonder if that was actually kind of like a tilt DT tech, where it was, dude, I didn't want to play a 30-minute PvT. I didn't want to lose in that fashion. I was doing so good. I had bases everywhere. You know what, man? Screw you. I'm going DT.
It could be. And honestly, I think that is just I love that Minirennac was able to pivot into that so quickly. Because that is the kind of pivot that you make on the spot, and it can totally even up a series like this. And whether or not it came from a place of tilt, I do think that it was a great play and it was a great decision, because now we're going into game 3 on Eclipse, and it's anybody's game once again.
I'm looking forward to this one.
All right, in the top right, I switched the seam like a good Protoss this time.
Woohoo!
In the top right, we have the red Protoss Minirennac looking to close out the series. Also looking to close out the series. Let's not discount Check Flash, also known as Flippendo, our blue Terran in the bottom left. Strong game one. Honestly, like, I think game one just shows with this matchup why 3-3 mech on 7-8 factories is so scary and so brutal.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that this is a case, too, where Minirennac has seen that game. And I'm almost curious if we're going to get a continuation of the same kind of set play and see maybe a more aggressive, like, Zealot-based opener, or even, like, going for the Dragoon pressure on the natural with a little bit tighter of a timing this time. Because I don't think that Minirennac wants to go into a long game. Not even just because of how strong Terran is in a long game, but I don't know, something about the play in last game and the decision to go DTs is telling me that this is just, I want this series to be over one way or the other.
Well, you know, if you're down game one and you opened up pressure and you did so much damage with that pressure and you still lost to macro, I think that evening it up with DT pressure is just it is the play, I think. Really.
Right.
So,
and especially, too, because I think that you're going to kind of put Check Flash onto a back foot where he's going to be playing a little bit safer this game. He's going to be thinking, all right, I can't afford to cut any corners. I can't afford to skip any steps.
Well,
so
but he's not going to... You got to also kind of figure that Protoss is probably not going to blind DT like that. That was was very much luck of the first scout and playing that to your advantage. So that to say that, you know, he can probably count on Protoss not doing that again. That's a very kind of a one-time thing, but still see what happens, you know. I mean, Minirennac is going for that early game pressure again this game, it looks like.
He's actually pulling the Zealot back to chase around the SCV. Minirennac in game one, I remember, pulled multiple probes to chase an SC. I thought he was doing the same thing again. I got really scared.
Oh no, he's walling. He's walling with the Zealot. That's actually not a bad idea, especially with how narrow this ramp is.
The problem is that the SCV can just mineral walk, so... But we're kind of seeing the end of any potential Zealot pressure that he can do, so I think we are going to transition into... We're not going to see a standard macro game. The Citadel is out early again. Oh no.
This is okay. But this is at least not a proxy. This is an in-base DT, so...
Right.
That's something.
It's kind of surprising, too, on this map in particular, because there's so much buildable terrain around the map to proxy on Eclipse.
AK, thank you so much for the shout out, my friend. Thank you for being here. Always good to see you. So let's see. He's actually building Goon in range and delaying the archives a little bit. I like this.
I love this response from Check Flash. I talked about wanting them to get mines in the first game, and saying that was one of the only ways that they could handle the DTs if they came in this or the game prior. Right. But because there's no pressure coming down, because Check Flash is playing on one base for so long, he's going for mines, and I love this decision. Absolutely.
And I also like that he's got... Look at this Marine count. I mean, this is like basically an FD-ish army composition.
Yeah, he's actually going to go ahead and try and make a push out of this. When that second tank comes out, I think he's going to just go ahead and try and end it real quick. But there is a Templar Archives. There are DTs coming out. The DTs can actually handle this. This is funny. And even if he uses mines, the DTs can just kite mines into the into the Marines or tank. Both players are playing on one base. I think this is gonna look good for Minirennac.
I think so too. You'd be surprised. Reavers and DTs can totally like handle stuff like this.
Yeah.
Like no problem. Ooh.
All right, gives away the game. Has the DT out on the field right now. Showed it by killing off one of the mines. And yeah, Check Flash just has to go home. He's gonna catch the siege tank in rotation, I think, too. And now, Check Flash is scrambling to get an eBay down. He has to actually get more vultures out to get mines. That's his only way of defending this.
He does have some mines at home on the attack path. Oh my god, one tank goes down.
He's trying to body block with the DTs. Oh my god!
2 tanks!
Sick micro! Very, very, very disciplined with this DT, but unfortunately going to get caught by the mines.
Excellent job shutting that down with mines. And now Minirennac has to pull back. He can't go into that.
I mean, he's got nothing left. He's got no units. He's just got the 2 DTs at home, pretty much.
Going into Robo.
He's gonna...
Sorry.
No. I was talking about the expansion. Both of them expanding at the same time as well. This is going to turn into a macro game from both of these super cheesy pressure builds. Dude, I love StarCraft.
I think, honestly, this has probably been my favorite PvT opening at Tier 3 that I think I've ever seen. Just because of how they're both aggressive, they're both cheesy, and it did not pan out the way you thought it would from the beginning.
No. And just when have you ever seen an exchange like this where you have FD push against DT? Like,
right.
How? In what universe is this the opener matchup? It's like, there's still so much of this game to be explored after 25 years. It's insane.
It really is. So after all of that, back and forth, it looks like both players are gonna. They're still stabilizing. We have 3 gates for Protoss and 2 fact for Terran, so very normal. Protoss going into Observer. And Reaver, again, we do see the shuttle coming out. So the support bay is going down. We do have 2 DTs. I love the choice to leave 2 DTs here at the 3rd. I think I would like him on the ramp here blocking the SCV because I'm an asshole like that. But
this is going to turn into a DT drop, actually. The shuttle's crossing the map towards them, and on the minimap, I don't see much in the way of turrets at the main.
No.
So they might be able to sneak the DTs in.
Yeah, this is going to be a beautiful DT drop. You're right. You called it. And and a goon to go with it. And the goons are and the army's gonna be here, kind of holding this main major attack path here on the high ground.
All right, kind of giving up the ghost a little bit, just dropping off the DTs in the worker line.
Well, actually, he's giving up 2 ghosts.
I like that. Having a little bit of trouble getting them. Okay. I like. Oh my god, that pickup is so smart. That pickup is so smart.
Yeah.
And Minirennac actually just missed. Or not Minirennac. Check Flash miscontrolling a little bit and targeting his own eBay. Now a push on the front door coming from Minirennac. I'm not sure how I feel about this. This feels ambitious.
It is. I mean, it does divert attention away, but it's not gonna yield any fruit at all.
No. Missile turret coming down here as well. Minirennac is basically forcing Check Flash to cross his T's and dot his I's. And now the shuttle's going to come out. Oh, the shuttle's going to die. I thought it was going to make it away, but yeah, this is just kind of forcing Check Flash to play even more solid and removing the possibility for more shenanigans later in the game. So now Minirennac is basically forcing Check Flash into the late game that Check Flash wants to play, just this big tank play.
Yeah.
And Minirennac is starting to run out of cheesy and cheeky things that he can do unless he decides it's time to go for a carrier transition once he hits 4 bases.
And it's not even specifically like you have to make sure that you have to be able to carrier transition in the mid game. It requires stabilization, and you have to know that the map is stabilized and none of your bases are going to fall to like any kind of run-bys while you're, dumping all your production into carriers and stuff. It's really kind of a finesse when to time that.
Right. But I mean, there's more tanks on the map right now than there are goons.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign here for Minirennac at all.
No. And he got absolutely no value from that DT drop and lost 200 minerals plus like a couple hundred minerals and a couple hundred gas from he just lost so much money and got no value out of that drop at all.
And not only that, trying to push on the front door as well. Like if we had a resources lost tab in this game, I feel like we would be looking at like easily 3,000 resources lost this game for Minirennac, just off of all of the crazy attacks and pressure plays he's tried to do.
Yeah.
And at this point, like, even though they're even on supply, they're kind of where you'd expect a Protoss and Terran to be on bases. They're even in workers for the most part. Actually, Check Flash is ahead by 7 workers. Yeah. But I feel like Minirennac is actually incredibly far behind.
He is, and not only is he far behind, but he lost a lot of his goon core, and he's losing even more of it now, and he's building zealots. So it's like he's going to be far behind, and he's not going to have that core goon backbone. Like you want like a backbone of 2 control groups of goons in this matchup, and he's not going to have it, unfortunately. Now, he is going to be able to get on top of the tanks a little bit and push them back with speed zealots, but, if you look, speed zealots alone with this many tanks, like, they can kite them.
Right. It's kind of like Hydralisks in the same... They're very microable, they're relatively able to fight, but, I mean, it took a lot of effort to kill off these tanks, and it was important. Like, it's an absolutely crushing thing.
Yeah.
But this game is by no means stabilized yet for Minirennac.
Right. And, I mean, he does set the tank count a little bit. There's still some back home, but there's only 2 machine shops here, so it's going to take Check Flash a few minutes, I would say, like maybe 1 minute, 30 seconds to 2 minutes to get back up to that kind of power. But Minirennac really kind of... he needs to make something happen here.
Now, the thing that I do like here for Check Flash in particular, you talked about the only having 2 machine shops. I like the fact that he's up on the 5 factory build right now and is actually starting to make more vultures. I feel like all of his unit compositions have been vulture light in the mid game, and should be just having so many more vultures to fight with for control of the map, really.
Right. And he has some tanks, so he can push out with 5 fact and make something happen, but it's not going to be anywhere near as powerful as it would have been, because normally what you're factoring in with the 5 fact is all the tanks you've accumulated up to that point, and he's lost a lot.
So that reset of the tank count has bought Minirennac a lot of time.
Yeah.
It hasn't bought him an advantage.
No.
But he might find that here, because I think he's going to go looking for a 4th base very soon. And he's starting to try to build up his probe count some more. Both of them are gonna mine out their mains relatively soon. I think we only have about maybe a minute or two left of mining on the mains.
Yeah. I would even
And
like
when
to
that
see
happens-
I'm sorry. I would even like to see a double expand out of Minirennac, going up to like quick 5 bases off of this.
I would really appreciate that too. The problem is, like, he's so all in right now on production. Like, look at how many gateways he has. Just the minimap is flooded with gateways in his main.
And that's not bad either. He has 12 gates in his main, a full control group. So if he loses his core goons, he can get them back in 2 macro cycles, which is not bad for him. Oh, there you go. Here's...
But the big thing is that's preventing him from having the stockpile he needs to get the expansion. So just...
Yeah.
I like the amount of production. He's going to need to cut some of the cycles to be able to get these expands up. And he is going to take that 4th now. Have easy access to the corner as well if he wanted the 5th. But I can respect being a little bit more hesitant to take it because it's so easy for vultures to come by and just scout things and give you a horrible time.
Yeah. And there's plenty of vultures on the map right now to do that. That's for sure. Still mixing in DTs. I love it.
Especially just for the ability to, in the middle of really complicated and convoluted situations, just having damage that goes out on units that's relatively hard to notice. It's a big deal. And if nothing, but the mining on the map is making it hard to get any value out of it.
Yeah. I feel like both players are a little bit behind on workers. Like, I feel like this is the point in the game where you want to be in the 60s.
Right.
But
I think, like, good.
That said, I don't feel like I feel like the macro is slightly suboptimal, but it's functional.
The big thing here is Minirennac's main is completely mined out almost. There's only 2 patches, about to be 1 patch remaining. The natural is looking low as well, so,
yeah, it's gone.
He needs to get those probes transferred. I think that's always one of the most interesting things for a player in terms of noticing that, because... You know, you play Protoss, you know that you set a camera hotkey on your gateways, and you just click around there as fast as you can, and a lot of times you can't even see your minerals, or if you do, it's in the corner of your eye and you're not really looking at it.
Right.
So how long does it take you to notice when your main or your natural is mined out in a long game? I play Zerg, so I don't have to think about that.
Yeah, it really depends. I mean, at this point in the game, your brain is focused so much on other things than whether or not you're mined out that it can be so easy to just like forget about that because you're so focused on other things.
And the thing to think about too then is, you know, we talked about both of them are at 55 workers right now.
Right.
But when you're mined out and you had 15 workers on minerals at a base, that means that Minirennac is effectively at 40 workers instead of 55. So that's like a really big disadvantage all of a sudden.
Yeah, and these bases here, neither of his 3rd and 4th base are saturated. To where
Not by any means. He's not even mining gas from the 3rd.
To where he can get any benefit, even.
But granted, both of them still have really large banks, so we're not gonna see either of that, the like workers on saturation being a concern. Mm-hmm. And now Minirennac is fixing that anyways, but we're not gonna see that being a concern until they start needing to spend down, and that's where things are gonna get really interesting.
I think this is honestly Terran's game to lose right now. We have 2-1 about to finish, and Terran is like 2 supply depots away from maxing out. I mean, this is just such a great spot for Terran.
Very much so. Here's the one thing that I'm thinking about too, this game in particular, is Minirennac is just on basically raw gateway units. Like, has a couple of DTs splashed here and there, but for the most part, just entirely Dragoon Zealot.
Yeah.
Which is definitely viable, but it means that his army quality is relatively low. But we're also coming to late game for Terran, who has a lot of his supply in vultures. So those vultures at this point in the game kind of drive your army quality down, as compared to if you had more tanks or even Goliaths. So, go ahead.
To me, with the vulture comment, it really depends on how much harass you're doing around the map with them. Because if you could sneak vultures into a Protoss base and get some probe kills when their army is elsewhere, I mean, that's huge at any point. And so, I mean, it's like it's kind of situational, but I totally agree. At this phase in the game, being on pure Zealot Dragoon is suboptimal. You definitely want, I would say this is the point where you definitely want to mix in like some High Templar. So we have an Arbiter coming in. That's also good.
I wonder if we're actually going to see a potential recall here. This would be a fantastic point in the game to use recall to, but he's researching stasis. But I feel like this would be the ideal point in the game to just go ahead and try and get into a part of the map that's otherwise inaccessible.
Yeah, and there's no bases he can really recall into very easily. This is pretty well defended from Arbiters purely. Now he could maybe like hallucinate the Arbiter and make it more difficult for Terran to pinpoint on which one, but
I think that because you played Protoss, you know this better than I do. What is it? It takes 3 missile turrets to kill an Arbiter that tries to run by.
At this tier, depending on how good your control is and how quick you're keeping up with it, 1 turret kills an Arbiter.
I was just saying running by, not like sitting over a turret, but just if you try and go by it.
Right. No, but I mean like the Arbiter moves so slow that like depending on the placement, even 1 turret can do it.
Okay. For some reason, I thought it was a little bit higher, because I was thinking that he could get into the main and try and hit some of the supply depots, because that's honestly the hardest thing. But okay, we have a bit of engagement up on the top.
So
and
finally,
this is going to be just a funnel.
The armies are look at this. This choke is totally playing against the Protoss, and this is their base. They actually want the Terran to push up into that, and that's not happening. That is just brutal. This map,
the supplies are okay.
This map is so tricky.
Now, there's a lot of problems that you can run into here, and Minirennac's running into a lot of them, trying to macro up to get his supply going, equalize his supply, but I mean, there's a 20 advantage from Check Flash, and I don't think that's going anywhere anytime soon.
I don't either.
Yeah, the terrain here is so tricky, especially when you're just playing into this wall of tanks.
Yeah.
Check Flash is so incredibly methodical here. I love it. I love just the patience that he has in slowly advancing his position.
You really have to be this patient and methodical as Terran. In the late game with your mech. There's really no other way around it.
And I feel like even if Minirennac were to get a stasis on like those 4 tanks on the left, or even a little bit more, like there's just so much here on the minimap. The minimap is just a flood of Terran units. So I don't think that there's any way that he can use his abilities or the Arbiter to get in there and equalize this. That's a good stasis, but there's so much!
That's a beautiful stasis.
There's just so much!
And I feel like it's weird, because earlier I was saying he was underproducing Dragoons and overproducing Zealots. Now I feel like the Protoss overproduced Dragoons, and this is the point where you would love to have like 40 zealots and just flood them down this. Now that you've like affected this pathing a little bit with that stasis. Beautiful stasis down here. I totally missed that.
Minirennac might be able to beat these tanks, but even then, the supply is still looking incredibly lopsided.
Yeah.
One more scan, and the stasis breaks now, so the tanks on the high ground are back in the fight. Yeah, this is the only thing that's saving Minirennac from getting completely decimated here is the need for continuous scans because of the Arbiter Cloaking Field and no Science Vessel.
Yeah. Is Terran even like... So, Terran has the tech for Science Vessel, but they're not fielding any out yet.
And honestly, when you're in the situation of just, I'm going to cycle back to my base real quick, like for a macro cycle, you're not thinking, oh, what unit do I need? There's like this psychological element of remaxing where it's just, okay, I'm going to go back to my buildings and I'm going to hit buttons as fast as I possibly can and not think about what button I'm pressing.
But if you're this far back in supply, there is a short lull of like several, particularly with mech, because mech takes almost as long to produce as Protoss. Tanks do, I know for sure. So,
right.
So there is enough lull that you could be like, I could maybe build a vessel or two. You know.
And I think that just comes down to like experience and decision making, which is one of the aspects of StarCraft that's really hard to quantify. It just comes from like having a lot of experience in the game in general.
Yeah, it does, and experience in different game states and stuff.
Because we're 27 minutes into the game at this point, and I mean, you've played a decent amount of StarCraft, but how many games do you have that go to 27 minutes as opposed to games that reach the 4-minute mark?
For Protoss, I have a few. I have a lot of games that go to 27 minutes. I also have a lot of games that go up to about 10 minutes or less. Not 4 minutes, but like kind of in the 8 to 10 minute window.
Basically, though, what I'm saying is that probably about 100% of your games go to at least 4 minutes, whereas maybe 20% of your games go to 27 minutes.
For Protoss, I would say fewer games go to 4 minutes in a Protoss, and more games go to either the pre-10-minute vulnerability window or the 15, 25-ish minute macro. Those are kind of
I'm not saying like I'm not saying where they end. I'm saying just how many times you get to play at that game state.
Right. I'm saying those are the majority of my game states are like either of those two.
Gotcha.
4 minutes, the only time you're really going 4 minutes versus Protoss is if someone does a BBS or someone does a 4-pool or someone does a Zealot all-in.
Anyways, though, basically, like, at this point in the game, everything is off script. You don't have a script for this part of the game, so you just have to kind of have so many reps, so much internalized, and it's not the memorization or the execution anymore. It really is your ability to consciously decide what to do and how to do it. And so it's way off script.
And to be fair, situations like this is where CPL comes in a lot of handy, because you could hand a coach this replay and be like, I'm kind of lost, you know? What do I need to close the game out? Because that's really what the fundamental issue here is what do I need to close the game out at this game state? You know, so... Oh, wow. Stasis on these tanks here.
I've got to hand it to Check Flash, though, because this was absolutely wonderful handling of this siege.
Oh.
Minirennac actually recalled those Dragoons into here to try and defend. Check Flash immediately recognized that, goes ahead and scans the high ground, takes out the Dragoons, and now he's going to be taking out the base at the bottom left. There's a counterattack happening in the top left as well.
Yep.
I think Check Flash handles this as well.
This is, unfortunately, this is going to be cleaned up for the Protoss player. And this base is going to get totally denied as well. And There we go. We're 30 minutes into the game with a 3-3 mech army. You have your answer.
Yeah.
This is the point. Like, if you're Protoss, like if you're Terran, what you need is just maxed units at this point. You know, you just need a lot of tank Goliath. If you're Protoss, you need gateways. So bad. You need 2 bases worth of gateways. So bad.
And both of them are having so much trouble spending their banks, which really does mean they just don't have the amount of production that they need.
Right.
But with how much real estate you need for a Protoss player to have that much production, I'm starting to wonder as well, like, where are you supposed to put it? On a lot of bases, you put it in another main if it's like a 4-player map, but here, it's a 2-player map, and it's like, it's kind of hard to find a place to throw a million more gateways.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, you know, a lot of this base up here at the 4th base for Protoss is unbuildable. A lot of this front real estate is unbuildable. I almost feel like you would need to maybe split it, divvy it between this 5th base and another expansion.
But regardless, though, I think that ends up being a core part of what is making this late game so bizarre.
Yeah.
It's really hard to figure out what you're supposed to do, like how you're supposed to scale your production to be able to quickly remax in these late game scenarios. And so even though Check Flash is actually coming away super good, taking out 2 bases in the exchange and basically leaving Minirennac with only 2 mining bases where, okay, he's also only got 1 mining base himself for Check Flash.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, it's a lot more about the size of the bank and the amount of supply, and Check Flash is looking better in both regards.
I would agree with that. Check Flash has more. Actually, I take that back. He has only 1 mining base right now, and Protoss. I mean, if Protoss saturated these mining bases more, Protoss would actually have not a bad spot.
But Protoss is being pushed in on one of their last mining bases as well. Like, they've only got 2 mining bases, and one of them is being pressured at the moment.
Yeah.
Nice rotation down here from Minirennac, but has to go through the minefield, and even then doesn't have nearly enough units to actually fight this off, I don't think. And again, I might be wrong. That's a lot of Zealots coming in here, and Zealots do pretty good against tanks once they get on top of them.
It's a lot, but it's not enough.
No. Great mine placements overall, really, here for Check Flash.
Yeah.
Eventually, this trickle of troops is going to break the siege, but maybe not with the reinforcements coming in here for Check Flash.
No, it's not going to break it. There's too many mines, and these tanks are just going to snipe them one by one as they come in, as you've seen. Plus, we also have the Goliath reinforcement coming in as well. That just, you know, versus ground, Goliaths aren't the best, but they do add a little bit of buffer.
Yeah, the big thing is their armor and health is so much higher than Vultures. So you're able to use them just as a front line for tanks that really makes it hard to get by them.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like, this base is gone. We're going to lose this base. And we do have a mining base up here, but honestly, we have so much mech up here. I feel like this is going to be under threat, you know?
And that's kind of what I'm saying with the mining making a difference, but not being the most important factor at this point, is Minirennac keeps throwing units into the grinder. He has to continuously produce. So his bank is slowly trickling down even though he's mining.
So
whereas
now
Check Flash... Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So in my view, I now see a whole open buildable space in the 4th base that's now mined out for Minirennac. So here you could actually throw down the gateways that you need to field the units as quickly as you need them.
I love that idea. I absolutely love that idea. I don't know if Minirennac sees it, but if he does, I would love him to do that in the 4th base. That would be so cool. All right.
So we pretty much at this point, like, I do feel like that Terran is figuring out how to close this game out, but I do feel like it's a ticking time clock for the Protoss here. I do feel like we are in the final moments of this game, and we're just trying to figure out how to close it out.
It really is. There's a bit of a push, kind of a confluence happening here in the top left of the map. And this is going to be do or die, really.
Yeah.
If somehow Minirennac can find a great connection with this huge army he's got, then he can take it, but I don't think so. There's so many tanks.
And they're spread so well. I mean,
yeah.
This is just great tank spread.
Yeah, I think this is about where it's going to end, and you can see the supply just plummeting here for Minirennac. Almost under 100, but there's not much left here for Terran at this base. It is enough, however, though, even if there's not a lot. And yeah, Minirennac just trying to funnel and rally across the map, but there's going to be nothing. He's even got carriers, but
wow.
Way late with the transition.
Yeah. I mean, you know, there's not enough Goliaths on the field that they're not going to be able to kill this, but I agree. This is too little, too late with carriers. But this would have been a great idea with the limited map real estate that Minirennac had for so long. This would have been a great transition idea.
Especially because carrier Stargate tech costs so much less real estate than gateways do.
Yeah.
Like, that would have really been a great idea to transition just a little bit earlier. But I mean, we are down to 17 probes for Minirennac. He has no mining. He has like 2 mineral patches he's mining off of, and his bank is plummeted. He's under 100 supply. This game is over.
Yeah, and honestly, there's nothing stopping the Terran from just spamming Goliaths at this point.
And that's what he's doing. You look at the supply tab, and it's 90% Goliaths and a couple of tanks here and there.
Yep. We do have 6 carriers, so that is a pretty nice amount. We also have 3 Stargates, but we've spent all our money. We've completed the macro mission. We've spent all of our money.
And I mean, there's no way to even make any more interceptors now.
No.
So forget killing the carriers, just kill the interceptors and the game's over.
And I don't even know if these are +1 interceptors. That's the other thing with carrier.
They have one. They have +1.
Okay, that's good because you need that.
+2 actually. +2.
Well, that's good.
+2 just finished. But still, yeah, these interceptors can't be replaced, and they're starting to tick down actually. It's nice control from Minirennac trying to keep his carriers like out of fire, but there's so many Goliaths here that even with how much value he can get out of these carriers, this is not going to look good.
Right. GG.
And GG is finally called.
All right.
What a game, Breeze. What a game.
What? Yeah, what a series. That was... This game was just crazy. It was just crazy. This had like the craziest opening, and it just turned into like this big, just oh my god, I definitely need a break after that game. Oh my god, that was a game.
I agree, Breeze.
That was a game. All right.
A game of all time, indeed.
All right, we're gonna take. Yes, that was extremely entertaining. Way to go to Flippendo. All right, we're gonna take 5 minutes and then we'll be back. So don't go anywhere. We have another series coming up. We have a Tier 4 series coming up. So we get to see some of the newer talent to CPL. So stick around. More Starcraft on the way. All right, welcome back. That was that was a breeze. 5 minutes, right? That was 7 minutes. So great. um, all right, so we are set to go into tier 4 now, and we're just gonna go just like we did last time, just kind of go from the bottom up. So we're gonna start off with I have no idea what this match is. It's a this versus a that. That's the matchup. All right.
I'm assuming User versus Whirlwind. I think Whirlwind plays Terran. User I've not encountered.
This is going to be a ZVT.
Okay. So because this is my first CPL season, and I'm a player who's been like away from the Brood War scene for probably about 15 years, I ended up getting placed into tier 4, and I've learned a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like I'm gonna be a mid-season promo to tier 3, like no problem. Mm-hmm. I'm not just saying that to toot my own horn. I'm just kind of putting everything in context for people out there in chat who are like, "What is this noob doing talking about the game?" But no, I've gotten to meet a lot of the people around here who are in tier 4 games, so it's kind of I have a little bit of familiarity with some of the people from preseason.
Awesome. Are you familiar with either of these players, User and Whirlwind?
I played one game against Whirlwind in preseason. The problem is I don't remember them. So it might be that it was a uneventful, like I 9-pulled them and won, or it could have been that I got crushed by them in a macro game and just blocked out my memory because I didn't want to think about it.
That's understandable. Yeah. Okay. Well, we will see. What do you think of CPL so far?
Honestly, I really like it. And like I said before, I'd been kind of stalking the league for a little while, and I wanted to find a place that was like it's not just Brood War. I love league systems and like learning systems. I've done it with so many games at this point, and like it's probably my favorite way to get into an old game is finding these servers, finding these communities that are all about teaching it, because it's really fun to learn new things.
Yep. I totally agree. All right, we are back at Radeon. In the top left, we have our Red Zerg User playing for the Build Disorders. And in the bottom left, we have our Blue Terran Whirlwind going by Summit Wind, playing for the Big Naturals. And to your point, CPL, if you don't know CPL, it's been around for a while. It stands for Coach-Pupil League, and this is really, I would say, the premier league for learning Starcraft, as a foreigner specifically. This is a league where we welcome people of all skill levels. We just got to see a bunch of tier 3 games where it's definitely beginner level, but there's some fundamentals in place. And the games that we're going to see now are tier 4. These are like brand new Brood War players. Like so we go all the way up from like tier 2 to tier 1 to tier 0. We go all the way from F to like a S rank in this league. And all of our coaches are extremely experienced veteran players as well. So this is just a great place to learn the best game, the greatest game ever made from some of the best players in the game.
I tell you what, though, we're going to have some learning going on today because Summit Wind, or also known as Whirlwind, they're going to learn today this is the real world. You got a 5 pool coming in your face, and we're gonna have to see how they manage to defend this. This is the true ladder experience. This is what you got to learn about. And I don't think it's gonna look so good. 5 pool against a wall in. Not exactly the easiest thing to hold. Trying to pull the marine away, floats the barracks, but at the same time, if you lose the supply depot, you can't make anything at this point. However, users struggling a little bit with their control of Zerglings, descending the Lings back into the base, going after the workers. If Whirlwind pulls their workers and fights back, I think they've got a shot.
Oh yeah. No, if they drill and focus fire the Zerglings, they can totally hold this. But this is quite an annoying way to open this game.
I got hit by a BBS in the first game that I ever tried to 12 hatch, and so now I am feeling vindicated seeing a Terran face a similar level of cheese.
Yeah, it is one of the most brutal things to face in this game. The thing about like a 5 pool and a 4 pool is that unlike other cheeses, in this build, you don't need to know how to macro at all.
Nope. Oh. Unfortunately here, we got just so many SCVs finally going down. Up until now, Whirlwind had done a great job of defending this. He's going to actually get the bunker up. If he gets the Marine inside,
Oh, I was pulling for that Marine too in that bunker. I was holding out.
Holding out for a hero. This is not Hero Marine, unfortunately. This is more of Malrine. Whirlwind's still trying, but I think he's gonna find this attempt more trying than succeeding. Oh, the Marine got to the bunker and couldn't get in! Oh, man. This is a tragedy in so many parts.
Oh, man.
And I think we're gonna see the GG colony moment. I wouldn't give a GG here. I wouldn't give a GG. I would just leave. I wouldn't even give you a second game.
Wow.
I'd just be out.
Wow. What a professional. GG. That's a learning experience. Wow.
So, outside of Brood War, I come from a lot of different games. I've done a lot of different casting breeze.
Mm-hmm.
So, I've done some casting for fighting games. I've done some casting for Rocket League. Done some casting for Dota. And one of the things that there's a very, very famous clip of a fighting game player named Justin Wong playing Mortal Kombat against like some 7-year-old kid online who starts talking, and Justin's Wong like, oh man, it's a kid. All right. So he just starts like throwing projectiles at him and yells, hey man, this is the real world. You're gonna learn today. And the kid's like, you're being cheap. You're being cheap. And Justin Wong's like, no, you're gonna learn. I feel like that's what just happened to Whirlwind right there is, man, you're gonna learn today.
Oh, welcome to the Learning League. That, you know what, and the thing is that as we start going into Polypoid, I feel the need to highlight that particular build does not require any macro. I feel the need to highlight that because in Tier 3 and Tier 4, you don't really see a lot of cheese because it's very easy to cheese and forget to build your worker and forget to do your build.
All right, I've got bad news for you, Breeze. I've got bad news for you, Breeze.
But a 5 pool You don't need to know how to do your build.
Well, we've got someone who definitely knows how to 5-pool. I think this is just preparation for ZVZ because, you know, this is kind of the way you play ZVZ anyways. This is probably user 21's best matchup is ZVZ. Just 5-pool and it's actually a build.
Yep.
But all jokes aside, I do like that Whirlwind is setting the supply depot on the high ground this time. It should be possible to set up an actual ling-tight wall here, but I'm trying to remember. I'm not sure if the Marines will come out inside or outside of the wall if he sets this up.
And we have the 6 lings coming up now that the pool is done. 6 drones mining, 1 off to scout. We are going to spot the Terran. I do like that he is building up on the high ground this time.
Yes, that's just what I was saying. Instead of going out for the choke. But, okay, he can't keep getting away with this. He can't keep getting away with this. Not only is it the 5-pool both times, but it's first location scout both times.
You say that. You say that, Stage. But wait, I have news for you.
He's gonna keep getting away with it?
I have 6 lings that beg to differ. So 8 lings.
And no, this is not ling-tight wallable. Oh,
nope.
no.
And there they come.
So once again, we're gonna see some trouble. This time pulling all the boys. All the boys to the yard. Setting up the bunker outside of the command center. I like the liftoff to bring it closer in. Using the SCVs to body block for the bunker. He might be able to get this down and might be able to fight through this, but this is going to be really rough. He has to get the lings to glitch out.
Yep. Nope.
Oh my god, that's actually a really good pull. Decent drilling. Decent drilling. I think he's losing too much.
He's not going to get the Marine done in time, and he's losing too much.
No. Man. I feel bad. Like, I know I joke about this the real world, but I feel bad.
You know what? I mean, I do, but at the same time, this is Brood War. You know?
Yeah.
This is like, this is a really good introduction to the hardest game out there. And what makes this game hard is yourself, but also other people.
The unknown factor.
The human
factor. You don't know if someone's going to go ahead and 5-pull you.
So we have a beautiful 2-0 for user in that series, and we are moving on up in the world.
Okay. So I have not seen. This is going to be, what is it? Lieutenant Shaftoe and Sechs.
Yes.
Is that the game we have? Okay.
Yes. So this is going to be a PvP.
I played against Sech in first week of the preseason. I have not seen Shaftoe though. So one of the things I wanted to talk about, we'll actually talk about this when we get into the game because it's kind of an interesting foundational thing.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead.
I've played against Shaftoe, and I will say this: Shaftoe is a bit unpredictable.
Okay.
He is capable of kind of doing a normal game. He's also capable of doing some really crazy, sneaky, shifty zealot cheese. He's capable of like just being greedy. He is capable of getting away with anything if you let him.
Okay.
So, he is a very sneaky and shifty player. He's, it's like you really want to watch for the stuff that he's hiding.
Like, kind of could be cheesy.
Yes, but a lot more trickery for sure.
Okay. Okay.
He always
So,
I always look forward to Shaftoe games because he puts out some really entertaining, tricky stuff. So we'll see what happens. And this is a matchup. I've faced Shaftoe in PvP, and I've casted his PvPs before. He can be especially tricky in the mirror matchup here. So we'll see what his game plan is this series.
So one of the things that I think is really interesting about low-level gaming in general, not just Brood War, not just like any other games I've cast before, but there's a really interesting way that people get better at something. And it kind of starts off with you're not good at anything. And then there's like this plateau that you reach. You like overcome a certain point where it's, I'm going to get good at one or two different things. So, for Shaftoe, it could be that he's gotten really good at the mind game and the trickery and the cheese and like things that are about being unpredictable.
Mm-hmm.
And, you were talking before about tier 3 players, about Otto having really good macro. And that's how you kind of step out of the beginnerism at first, is you find one thing that's like you have an affinity for, and you start to get good at that. And I think it's really, really interesting when you have brand new players, because when I played against Sechs, I felt like he was kind of brand new. But when you get the chance to see somebody play for a little while, you get to see them develop the thing that they are going to specialize in, and the first, like, foundational skill they're going to acquire. And that, to me, is really interesting because it's always asymmetric. Some people will have really good unit control, but bad multitasking. Some people will have really good macro, but bad unit control.
Right.
And, like, that is something that is so cool to see people get better at. Like, it feels right now that Sechs is doing a fantastic job at orchestrating his build order and executing that without any disruption.
So, a few things of interest are happening in this opening that I want to comment on. One is I love Shaftoe's SimCity here. And two is Shaftoe got the first scout on Sechs, but Sechs cross-spawn scouted first. And here's what Sechs learned in the time period that he cross-spawn scouted, okay? He learned that the Protoss is not in cross-spawn, so they're in near spawn. And he also saw he knows it's a close spawn. He also I feel like he can kind of, just based on the information of the scout timing, he can kind of feel that Shaftoe is in like the bottom right. Just based on the process of elimination, the timing that the scout got there, it got there very quickly. There's a much shorter rush distance here between these two bases versus the vertical bases. So, based on the very limited information that Sechs has, he can totally start to feel out where his opponent is, which is big based on the limited information that he has.
Right. Now, here is where things I think are going to get really interesting, because we have the Citadel of Adun that has been created for Shaftoe. You mentioned, this is a very tricky player.
Yep.
So, Sechs saw that, but didn't see a Templar Archives.
No, but you know it's coming. This early, the Archives is coming.
At the same time, though, Sechs has gone for the Robo Bay, hasn't gone for the Forge. So, like, are we going to see the observatory? Are we going to see adaptation around the idea of DTs? Or is this a case where I've scouted things, but I don't know necessarily what it means and how to react yet?
I mean, and this kind of knowledge and decision making comes with a bit of experience, but we basically have to see the observatory, and we do.
Okay, excellent.
If you see the Citadel this early, you know they're going DT, you know they're going archives, so you know you have to get that observatory. That is kind of the thought process based on the limited information. Now, look what we have here for Shaftoe. This is what I mean by tricky. We have a proxy gateway at the third base, and this was not a proxy opener. This is just I'm just gonna proxy you because now I've got DTs, and you know they can get to you really close.
The other thing too, we have the observatory, but we don't have observers being built for Sec.
Not yet.
Okay, there he goes. There he goes. There he goes.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we were blocked there or this is just we're just managing a lot of stuff.
I think it's just the attention more than anything. Sec is putting some good pressure onto the main of Shaftoe, though.
Yeah, and he can totally check this this production that's coming out here, but this proxy DT at the third is gonna come completely out of left field, but Sec has the observer for the DT. The
big question.
He may not have units in the base in time is really the big question, which...
That's what I was thinking about because he keeps rallying the Dragoons across.
And Shaftoe pulls probes and is like, motherfucker, I've got the S-rank worker unit. Come at me. You've heard of notorious SCVs? These are notorious probes, okay?
I think Sec... Oh my god, Sec is rallying across the map. These DTs... If Shaftoe remembers the DTs are there, this is gonna hit super hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he will.
He got the notification from the second one completing. But there's still an observer at home. There's still a Dragoon. I mean, this is gonna be some crazy micro, but it's possible. He doesn't notice. He doesn't see it. He does.
He has to.
Oh my god!
Because he has the observer.
Sec is gonna hold.
Yep. This is, and Shaftoe knows it's over because of the obs. So.
Oh my god.
That's
dude. I didn't think PvP could be exciting.
It really can be, and this is an example of just how crazy PvP can get.
Yeah. Now this is and honestly, because like I'd said, I played against Sec week 1, and I'm not trying to be disparaging here, but Sec was not very good. I felt like it was just kind of a walkover in a way, but Sec has improved massively since then, and that's the reason why I love Tier 4.
Yeah.
Because it's the easiest to improve from, because there's so many things that you can learn to do.
So many.
And it's just so cool.
So many just basic fundamentals that you can learn that just you can totally get out of Tier 4.
Exactly.
What I loved about that game is Sec did everything right. He scouted DT. He scouted Citadel. He knew it was DT. He got the observer tech. And then he didn't miss a beat in getting his obs out in time. That is literally all you have to do to hold a DT opener.
Yeah.
Playing a normal goon robo opening. That's all you have to do. And that's why Shaftoe tapped out. You know, it's like Sec totally neutralized his production as macro. He didn't give Shaftoe enough time to get his macro up, and he just totally held the DTs with the observer. It was a good reaction and good decision making, and good response from both sides, I feel like.
It's as close as you can get to a textbook response at this level.
Yeah.
That you're going to see. And I'm just really happy to see that. Like, honestly, there's something that's very refreshing about seeing a game that has a bunch of warts but resembles what you expect out of a Starcraft game.
Yeah. And yeah, it's like there's basic decision making in place there.
Shaftoe is doing what here?
He's probably gonna build a pylon here. My guess is he'll build 2 gates at the choke here, and then maybe try and take a fast expand.
Okay, that was kind of weird because the pylon came so late.
Yeah, it came late because he was trying to put it forward at the natural. That would be my guess. That or this is a Nexus first, but
he's going gas before gateway? I think Shaftoe is freeball in this one. I think he's completely improvising.
Yep, there's a gateway.
And okay, here's actually a really interesting thing because this is very much off the beaten path.
Yeah.
Like, I'm confused. I think you're confused. I'm curious if Sech is confused having scouted this. And if he's going to think there's a response that's appropriate.
I think part of the reason why this is so quick is this one of the things that taking this quick gas did do is it totally preemptively stopped a gas steal, which Sechs cross-spawn scouted and got there just in time to gas steal had Shaftoe not done that. So
fair.
I don't know if that was intentional, but that was certainly a very pleasant consequence.
Yeah, if it wasn't intentional, it was a good consequence. Okay, Sech actually getting a kill with his scout worker and forcing 5 probes off of the mineral line for a moment.
So we only have 1 gate here, so that was a misread on my part. Oh no. I think we're about to
looking for a second, maybe?
There it is.
Okay, yeah. This is... I think this was just kind of a bungled build order, and now Shaftoe is very much improvising.
Well... You know, in low-tier Protoss, you do see this sometime, even on the ladder. You do see, like, a forward 2-gate fast expand in a PvP. It's not common, but it does happen, and what's nice about it is it kind of mixes the aggression of 2-gate with the fast expand.
I figured out what's going on, Breeze. Take a look at the production tab. That's what's going on.
Oh, another DT?
Yup.
We're gonna rally DTs.
Dude.
But, you know...
now, because there's the wall, you can't scout in on it.
Nope.
Well, if you were to plug it...
Even then, they're so close, I don't know if you could get a probe through that.
So... Yeah, Shaftoe just got a probe out, but I don't know if it's Zealot tight.
Okay.
I think Zealots can go in and out the right side.
They might be able to go in and out the middle, too. That looks like they're just slightly spread.
Right. But Shaftoe's not even trying to plug the wall up, but he's got a whole bunch of Zealots here, and he's actually not going for the, he's just kind of going all in on Zealots.
He doesn't, yeah, I mean, he doesn't need to. These Zealots will totally...
He's just going legs. He's just going legs.
Oh, nice.
This is a speed Zealot all in.
Oh, I love it.
Alright. So, Sech is getting a 3rd gateway and starting up Dragoon production and has the observatory coming down. So, pretty much standard response, the same thing he did last game.
Yeah. Looks like we're going...
And even though he doesn't have full information, this is actually really smart.
3-gate observer. This is really good. This is like just a nice, solid opening that also gives you a little bit mobility as well. Oh, I guess we tap out.
Okay. Yeah. I think this is just Shaftoe was looking for the timing all in and was like, okay, you've got Dragoons. I feel behind. You know what? I'm just gonna quit.
Yeah. If you have Dragoons and you're on, if your opponent has Dragoons and you're on nothing but slow Zealots, it's GG.
Yeah. Now that's a little rough. I am genuinely though. This is why I like tier 4 games, because I get to see the players that were from very short time ago, brand spanking new, and you get to see their first like baby steps into I'm gonna be a macro player, I'm gonna be a build order player, I'm gonna be an optimizer. And I think that Sech is gonna be an optimizer. That's what that looks like to me.
Yeah, that and honestly, like I just I feel like that his for going 3-gate goon, his build is a little off, but he checked a lot of the boxes for how tricky this particular opponent is. Like I feel like it wasn't an optimized 3-gate goon, but it was a very soundly, methodically executed one. So anyway, we're going into I believe this is a ZVT.
This is 2 players that I'm not familiar with. So it's muumipepe and Tiger.
muumipepe, I think they go by a different name in the matchup. No, it's muumipepe. Yeah, muumipepe versus Tiger.
Okay.
I love this name.
No, that's a really cool name.
Yeah, no, this is like this is an S rank name here.
I don't know. I think you've got yourself a pretty good name too. Like Breeze, they call you the Breeze. A little bit of Leonard Skinner there.
That is literally where my name comes from,
dude.
That is.
And I keep rolling down the road.
That is literally what I thought of when I was like, "This is a good name." I appreciate that, and I appreciate you picking up on that. You are the first person I've talked to that has picked up on that.
Hey, as long as they call you the Breeze and they don't shoot the breeze with you, you know what I'm saying?
No, they just shoot me.
That was one of those old sitcoms on like NBC or something in the 90s. I'm betraying my age at this point. It was called Just Shoot Me. I don't remember what it was about. I just remember seeing the commercials when I was like, I don't know, 7 years old.
Yeah. All right. So in the top right, we have our top left. Sorry, we have our red Protoss on Radeon. It is Tiger, and I was wrong. This is a ZVP. In the bottom right, we have our blue Zerg, muumipepe.
God, I love that name. All right, so I've heard a really interesting summary of this matchup that I always love to say whenever there's like a cast, and that's that ZVP from the Protoss perspective is unlosable at a low rank and unwinnable at a high rank.
I have a different take on it.
Okay. All
right. ZVP is make Hydra. Make Hydra and A move.
The big thing about it is like it's so easy to lose the timing for a Zerg, and if the Protoss gets into the like mid to late game, what is that pylon?
It's a little I mean, it's doable. It's a little forward, but it's doable.
No, not that. I'm sorry. If you look in muumipepe's base, there's a pylon there.
Oh, that is I guess
It's under the overlay. It's in the very bottom right.
That's
a scouting pylon for what reason?
That is, yep. That is a question mark pylon is what that is. I have no idea.
That is cheeky.
That's fun. I like this game already. This is so much fun. And what is this gateway? We're going into so we're doing a Forge FE, we're getting our cannon, and then we're building a gate where it's supposed to be, and then we're putting a forward gateway in front of the Forge.
I'm going to tell you what this is, Breeze. This game is freeballing already. We are off the rails. We are off script from square one.
We really are.
This is sick.
Yeah. I should still be okay. It's probably gonna So we have Mick Taryn in the chat. Mick Taryn and I have a game after this.
Okay.
It's probably going to be about an hour. I would say probably about an hour or so later than I was anticipating. But yeah, I'll be able to do that. So we're going right. So this is really weird. This is like you're doing a Forge fast expand, but you're also doing a 2-gate.
This is a Forge slow expand.
This is like, okay, how about I just get the best of both builds?
Or the worst, I'm not sure which.
I get the defense of the Forge FE, and then I get my massive zealot pressure with the 2-gate. Although this is going to be a little bit late.
Yeah, the Nexus is coming up very late, and the fact that Tiger is continuing to make Zealots here is continuing to also tax their mineral income. Also, Tiger has no assimilators. There's not going to be even any thought of tech right now. This is just... it's not all in, but it's not all in.
Well, and the bigger glaring problem is that it's not all in, but Tiger went a really long time without making a probe. This is an 11 worker lead in a matchup.
I didn't even notice that.
In a matchup where Protoss should not be 11 workers behind Zerg.
Yeah, this is I'm going to say that this is a case of someone who hasn't found their specialization yet, of, like, what it is that they want to practice and say, like, this is StarCraft to me. I think this is someone who's still looking for that yet, and I hope they find it, because that's how you start to really enjoy the game, is you find the thing that's like, this is the part of StarCraft I enjoy.
Well, this game is a teaching game, okay?
Yes.
Because this game illustrates why you don't Forge fast expand and 2-gate. Why you either 2-gate or Forge fast expand. Because you cannot afford to do both and build probes.
Yeah. On the flip side, I really like what muumipepe is doing here. I actually think that
muumipepe is taking my beginner philosophy of ZVT, which is make 3 hatch, make Hydra.
This isn't 3 hatch, this is 5. Like, he's got a 5 hatch Hydra set up here. He's got a hatchery coming in at the main, or at the third. Like, this is looking really nice.
It's 5 hatch, but it's not a 5 hatch Hydra.
Right.
Because that specific build, you get your 5 hatches up a lot quicker, and you get your den out a lot slower than this.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's kind of a variant of, like, it's an in-between on the, like, standard 5 hatch Hydra and more of just, like, a kind of increment into it. It's not optimized, but I do like the concept here.
Yeah, this is conceptually, like, sound.
Okay. Taking a look, though, at our Protoss player, just now getting their core going, starting to get some minor saturation on the natural, but really suffering with not having both Nexus producing probes.
So what Protoss should do to salvage this, and they're already doing it, they should, to salvage this situation because they're going so long without intel, they should send these zealots to here, or at least some, to see if Zerg is making Hydras. And if Zerg is making Hydras, they should immediately drop down 2 more cannons and go up to 4.
Yep.
And if they're not confident in their army numbers, go up to like 6 to 8. It's pretty simple.
I mean, unless the Zerg is kind of doing a whole lot of nothing right now, you're going to need more cannons. The question is where? Do you need them at the worker line for mutas, or do you need them at the front for Hydras?
Yeah. So for this, with this information, you need them at the front for Hydras.
Yes. And these zealots are just going to die. He's really pushing into here.
Yeah.
Should get a decent amount of damage, but it's not going to be nearly enough.
Yeah, it's definitely not worth losing everything, but the value of that is now you can build cannons here and defend against the impending A move. I do like that we have some. If we have range with these goons, this is okay, but I don't think we do. But having
the cyber core is still relatively new.
Having a little bit of range with your goons gives them some like you can keep them at the cannons and defending against Hydras at the cannons. So.
Well, I think we're gonna see your take on the PvZ matchup pretty much actualize. I think muumipepe understands it pretty stinking well, and I'm happy for the way they played it. I'm very happy with the results of this one for them.
I am too. I mean, this is, if you're learning the game, this is a very sound way to consistently do well.
Yeah.
So I really like the play here, and I think that for the Protoss again, that game was a teaching game of why you don't you pick an opening, you don't do both of them.
And I think too that one of the tough things about StarCraft in particular with learning it, is there's a million ways to do something wrong and only a few ways to do things right.
Mm-hmm.
So, in this case, Tiger is definitely going to see, okay, what I did there was wrong. But, I've heard of Forge Fast Expand. I might have seen a build order for it, but I don't necessarily know it. So, now they've got to try and figure out, okay, what does that actually look like? How do I play this? And that's where a coach helps a lot.
Right. And the thing about that this matchup specifically PvZ is that Zerg has so much initiative in the early game. They can literally do almost anything, and you have to defend and survive all of it. You have to know how to do that. So I honestly, and I really think that's where that decision to go 2-gate after a Forge FE came from. It's like, they can do anything. I have to survive, but I don't quite know how to do it. Let's try putting a second gate here.
Right.
And let me tell you, this is a great league for this is a great league for learning stuff like that.
Definitely. And go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say this whole game in the beginning is a dance and a planning thing and a knowledge thing. This is the hardest matchup to learn for Protoss, I feel like.
I believe it. It's the only hard matchup they have to deal with. I'm kidding.
Yeah. PVT can also be pretty tricky too. But
I'm kidding just because I'm salty from having had to deal with playing TVP back in the day before people knew how to play TVP.
Yeah. No, I understand. Yeah, I mean, Terran, I absolutely agree that Terran is it's the hardest race. And Protoss is definitely, of all the 3 races, it's the most forgiving to learn, for sure.
I think that's a really good way of putting it. It's not the easiest, it's the most forgiving at a low level, but
yeah,
it's definitely the hardest race to get results with once people have the fundamentals. And that's where, like, a lot of the nuance is lost in, like, all of the balance rage and everything like that is, like, Protoss actually is really hard, it's just maybe not at your level. Not speaking about you, Breeze, but, like, the generic you.
Oh, it's definitely hard at my level.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get what you're saying. So we have, we're back on Polypoid for game 2. We have Tiger, the red Protoss, in the top left. And we have muumipepe, the blue Zerg, in the bottom right. Protoss opting to fast expand. What is this proxy pylon in the base all about? We're doing it again.
I think he wants to just cannon rush. I think that's what he's trying to do.
So here's the thing. Building a pylon in the Zerg's base is not necessarily the worst of ideas. But the place you want to build it, if you're a low-level Protoss, is here. You want to deny the hatch or stall the hatch with the pylon if you're going to drop it.
And
but here comes the cannon rush.
I think are they warping something in there?
Yep, they're warping in a cannon.
Okay. It gets spotted by the Lings though.
Yep.
And now we're back to Plan B again. All right, we've got the forge down at the main. What are we gonna do? We're running around with the probe, trying to figure out. And are we gonna get 2 gateway again?
Yes, we are.
We're getting 2 gateway. Oh, okay. Yep. All right.
Yep. And well, I like that we're building a probe at 11. We're not going to stall on 11 for so long.
Right. I wonder if that was the plan, like, the entire time, was going from, I'm going to fake Forge Fast Expand and look for a cannon rush, and then if the cannon rush fails, I'm just going to 2-gate. And it's not the plan, but, like, it is a plan.
Yeah, and the thing is, the problem is that this is 150 minerals that could go into a Stargate.
Yeah.
And for how long you're going to go blind once your scouting probe dies or leaves this area, you basically need a Stargate, especially when you're learning. You need it. You know, there are Sayerless builds, but you really have to know the dynamics of the matchup before you go Sayerless.
Right. And I think that here, so one of my coaches, when I was going into one of my matches, asked me, okay, do you want to win or do you want to learn?
Right.
And I said, that's a false dichotomy. I'm gonna learn and I'm gonna win.
No.
But in this case, what it feels like to me is that Tiger is going into this from a perspective of, I want to win.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to find the easiest strategy or the easiest set of strategies that I think are going to work.
Now, the play here is not to 2-gate. This forge wasn't placed very well, but the play here is to wall with forge and gate. Even if the cannon rush fails, wall with forge and gate, build these 2 cannons, and then add more cannons as you get the intel. The 2 cannons will hold most of the early game Zergling shenanigans. If for some reason the Zerg wants to Zergling all in, like they just want to mass Zerglings, then you need a 3rd cannon. But for the most part, you're safe against Zerglings with 2 cannons. So then the question becomes, where do my additional defensive cannons go? Do I, as you said earlier last game, do I place them at the mineral line, defending Muta, or do I put them up at the wall to reinforce against Hydra? And that's when you need the Sayer, or you need some sort of map presence to get that intelligence. And the Sayer is the easiest way to learn how to do that.
Can I cut you off for something whimsical for a moment?
Sure.
On the minimap, Tiger's area by his natural looks like an outline of a Marine.
Oh my god, it does. It's a Carbot Marine.
It's a Carbot Marine!
Wow.
That's what it is, if you can't win the game, just go ahead and draw some art on the minimap.
I like it. This is a winning strategy. This is how you
ambush
win.
him in the replay.
Yep.
But no, I think you're entirely right with the idea and like all of the principles for the way that Protoss wants to play, especially with like Forge Fast Expand and like the way that I guess you'd say the formula of this matchup works.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we're getting a Citadel of a Dune. I hope it's just for Zealot Legs and he's not thinking of going Dark Templar. But one of the things that I think is going on, though, is, like, this is someone who hasn't been exposed to that idea yet. And, like, all of these things of what can beat you.
Right.
The same way that we were talking about, like, just the experience of how you get into a late game.
Yeah.
And so they could, like, go through a coach and be taught and everything like that and be like, okay, this is how you're supposed to play the matchup. Or they can grind a whole bunch of games and get these results. Or, like... I don't know. I really think that it does come down to needing to have someone explain to you what the flowchart looks like, not because you don't understand it, but just because it takes so much pain to learn it yourself.
Yeah. And even when you know what it looks like, it's still painful.
Oh yeah.
But what thinking about it in that way does is it gives you direction.
Yes.
I love this. I love the
and that's
goons. The goon move out. This is so good. I mean, I don't know if this is winning, but this is a much better play.
And having the goons there, having +1 coming behind it, having Zealot Legs starting, it's going to be an anti-timing, unfortunately, because all of the upgrades will be coming after this.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't think you can wait for the upgrades because of the fact you have Zerg producing at such a higher level.
Yeah.
So... it's do or die, and it's going to be more die than do, but that's okay. You're still playing the game. You're still trying to do something.
This was a much better... It's not very well, like, put together and optimized, but it's a much better conceptual idea than...
I can agree with that.
Than the mass slow zealots that we saw last time.
Right. And we have a couple of pylons outside of the base to treat this like PvP. Unfortunately, some of the Dragoons are trapped inside of the base. They can't get out because of the wall.
Yeah.
However, there are a couple of cannons. He might actually be able to hold some of this pressure.
He won't be able to. He needs at least 4 to hold anything Hydra. Like, even if you have good macro and good army, 4 is the minimum. So this is going to eventually be broken. As you're seeing, the Hydras are just going to snipe these cannons.
Yeah. It was a better defense than last game, but yeah. The macro that muumipepe has put together here is just a lot better, and honestly, the conceptual, I guess you'd say meta understanding, does feel more developed for muumipepe.
Yeah. But this is a great league for learning stuff like that.
Hell yeah. And now we get some real fighting spirit out of Tiger, taking all the probes as well, saying, if I'm gonna die, every one of my army men is gonna die with me.
There you go. All right. Well, that was quite both of these all 3 of these series have been interesting learning experiences. All of them.
Yeah. The conceptual element, the concepts may be more interesting than the play itself, but
Right.
I think the concepts bring a lot into the table in terms of how you can see into the players' minds.
Yeah. And it's not very exciting, but at the beginner level, so much of this game is learning concepts.
Yeah.
So, it's nice to see that. Okay, we have another ZVP coming up. This is Kaptinkillem versus Millennium. God, I love these names.
Dude. I think it's the worst thing about rising in ranks and, like, people who've been playing the game more is the names get so much more boring.
Yes.
Like, can you think of any ASL level player that has a fun and wacky and interesting name? They get Larva and Queen and Barracks. Like, come on, guys.
Right.
Scan.
Honestly, Bisu probably has one of the most interesting names because I believe that name translates to dagger, which is like kind of cool. Like,
that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I'm going into a fight named after a blade I can hide.
I think the most interesting, like, super high level player name is Sulky.
Oh,
but
God, yeah.
There's also like 3 Sulkies, I think.
I actually really like Flash's name, because his mechanics, his fingers and his hotkey, it's so fast. He actually like lives up to the name and speed. It's awesome. He really is like a superhero. Okay,
all right,
so
you want to go ahead and get this one started?
Yeah.
Oh, I just smacked my mic. I hope that didn't come through. I'm trying to stretch here. I'm like trying to be healthy and everything, and instead I'm just bopping my mic.
All right, so this is not in top versus bottom. I will not pitch a fit. I'm just observing that it's not because they're both in yellow. So we'll go to the original colors. I personally don't mind using default colors even if they're really close, because I like to make up stupid names for colors. But
okay.
But yeah, this is just an FYI. Like I'm pretty chill about it, but in CPL, like we do like to have the replays, the game set in top versus bottom. Specifically so that when we cast them, we can show the team colors really easily.
If you get Escalade casting your match, then he'll yell at you about it, and if you get Manshark casting your match, he'll tell you to go DM Anderson your bingo card.
Yes, yes. So, some casters will not be pleased. So in the bottom right, we have our dark blue, midnight blue Zerg Millennium. And in the top right, we have our deep purple. I love this purple. This is beautiful. Kaptinkillem.
Purple.
Our purple Protoss. And the map is once again Radion.
All right. So I think we're going to get a kind of a weird semi pool first, like a late pool first, not a 12 pool, it's like an 11 pool for Millennium.
Or like a late over pool. I don't know.
Yeah. It's just kind of weird, but conceptually it's good. It should be a still pretty balanced build. He's got a good drone base, and he's going to be looking to try and get this expand down. I like the way that Kaptinkillem's playing with his probe here. This is actually like really good control for a tier 4 player.
Yeah. It's definitely annoying. Which is, yeah, you want to annoy your opponent. So we're dropping...
And Killem's...
Oh, sorry. Looks like it's going to be a 13 Nexus.
Yeah, that's really, really quick, but he's doing a pretty decent job of keeping the probes there. Just barely misses the cycle on that one, but...
Well,
how he was controlling that. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think he built a probe on 14, and I think he wanted to build the Nexus on 15, on 13, so he canceled the probe. But
Gotcha.
in the process of trying to get his build straight, he totally lost his scouting probe. So, I mean, this is, you do see this kind of inconsistency with management and multitasking and stuff in these tiers. Even in tier 3, you'll see it too. So.
Okay, I like what Kaptinkillem's doing here at the top of the map. Take a look here real quick. He's actually attacking his own forge because probes don't have the hold position command.
Mm-hmm.
So just in case he's going to get flooded, which there are lings coming up, but he wants to make sure that he can keep the lings from getting through until he has Zealot available.
And he's got the perfect infrastructure in place to survive all of this that Zerg can do. Zerg only has 4 lings on the map. And, so they're not investing in that. And this is pretty normal from an overpool opener. And 1 cannon will hold 4 lings, especially if the probe is blocking this.
The Hydra Den for Millennium is actually really early.
Yeah. This could be, he's building an in-base 3rd hatch. So there's 2 hatch Hydra, there's 3 hatch, 4 hatch Hydra, there's 973. There's all different kinds of early game Hydra openers you can do. And some of them are like 2 hatch Hydra hits pretty quickly.
Right. The big thing is here, though, that I don't see Millennium getting any of his Hydra upgrades, and that's typically one of the big things that you're looking for when you try to go for a Hydra bust, is either getting, like, both speed and range, or just range if you're going for, like, a Ling bust.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to go for a fast lurker.
Ooh, that could be, because he's got the lair coming out now, too.
Yeah, and that would make sense why he's saving up his resources and not going into Hydra Tech. Okay, so now he's building range, Hydra range, so I was wrong on that, but that's okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities that Zerg could be doing, but I mean, think about it from the Protoss perspective, which I know you're already doing.
Yeah.
But we have perfect information here. We can see everything on the map, and we're still confused about what it is that Millennium's trying to do. Well, that's what every Protoss has to do for, like, the entire game, is guess about that.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, by the time, like, if both of these players were in tier 3 like this, there would be less guessing going on. So it looks like the Protoss, Kaptinkillem, is opting to go for kind of like a speed lot timing attack. He's going up to 4 gates and getting Zealot speed now and getting +1. So he's really trying to rack up his Zealot numbers and hit the Zerg. The thing is, the Zerg doesn't have a 3rd base, a 3rd, mining hatch. So if Kaptinkillem can actually get into this natural and take this out, that's a huge blow.
Not only that, the 3rd hatchery for the Zerg is in the main as opposed to at the natural, and there's no creep colonies there, or even like the Evo chamber or the Hydra Den. So one of the things that you'll do a lot of times as Zerg is you'll place your buildings there at the natural to create a tighter choke to make it harder for Zealots to get pressure if they decide to go for the, like, Sairless speed lot timing.
Yeah, and this is the more like modern speed lot timing, but there is also an older speed lot timing as well. So the concept of a speed lot timing is it's been around a while. This is more of like a fast expand speed lot timing. So I like
this is going to hit really hard too, because the +1 is almost done for Kaptinkillem.
Yeah, and it's right at that time where you want +1 to be done. And we have no speed, so these are slow Hydras. They're not going to be able to pull away from this.
Oh, man, this is brutal. Kaptinkillem is going to crush and kill him.
This is I love this.
This is an absolutely beautiful timing from Kaptinkillem. I think he's rehearsed this. I think he's gotten coaching. He was like, dude, I don't feel comfortable using Corsairs. It's a unit that just, like, takes too much attention. He's like, can you get me a, like, Sairless attack timing? And the coach is like, absolutely, dude. Here, check this out. And look at all of the creep colonies going into Sunkens. I don't think that's going to even be enough. They're going to die before they convert.
Yes, they are.
We can get a run by. Forget the Sunkens. Just go into the main.
There you go. Yeah. I like it.
Dude, this game is getting spicy. GG's called Millennium.
All right. Nice,
wow.
clean, sharp, simple. I like it. That yeah, that is definitely like he learned to build and he knew how to execute a build. That, like, if you can do that, you will be in such a good spot.
And that's kind of, you know, I've been talking before about all of the idea of, like, finding what you like in StarCraft, or, like, finding kind of your footing, I guess you'd say.
Yeah.
And I feel like Kaptinkillem, by getting that build, by having a thing that he could, like, just learn to execute, that was his foundation to be able to play the game. So it makes me happy because that's another player that I played with during preseason, and it's like, hey, you've grown. You have been learning the game. Good job.
Absolutely. All right.
Go ahead.
We are on Polypoid. In the bottom right, we have our red Zerg, Millennium. And in the in the bottom left, we have our, oh, good Lord, what kind of blue is this? We have our like metallic light blue.
I was going to say Cerulean.
Cerulean, I like that. We'll go with Cerulean. We have our Cerulean blue Protoss, Kaptinkillem. I'm guessing this is also, yeah. This might be melee. I'm not sure.
It's free for all. I saw it in the replay.
Oh,
yikes. Just as a heads up to you as well, Breeze, after this I am going to need to go. It's just taking a little bit longer than I was hoping, but that's okay.
That's okay. Yeah, it was taking me a bit longer too.
It's getting everything set up. It's never easy. Just like StarCraft is never easy, you know?
Yeah.
You can have all of the instructions, you can have all of the ideas, but when it comes down to executing your build order, it doesn't always work out.
Well, I very much appreciate that you were available and wanted to co-cast with me. This has been a lot of fun.
Seriously, I hope that everyone out in Twitch land's been having fun too, or all the players, that they catch the VODs. Like, I hope that they enjoy, because really it's all for them, you know? We can hear ourselves talk anytime, anywhere, any place, but when it comes to the players, them just getting the chance to hear people yap about what they're doing, I think it's always really fun.
Well, and the thing about in this league specifically is that casting your games when you're learning, you get a different perspective to think about your games when they get casted, and you have one or two other sets of eyes with a different perspective as well. So
it's like guided replay review.
It can be, yeah.
Alright, so we did have Kaptinkillem here going with a real build. This was a 10 hatch. Basically an Extractor Trick 9 hatch.
Okay.
Gets you a larva advantage over, like, pool first builds or over 12 hatch, but that larva advantage is very, very thin, and by kind of having botched some of the larva management early on, you actually lose all of that right away. So this is a very, very, very technical build that I kind of wouldn't recommend for new players, because it's easy to lose the advantage that you have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I would say, like, for Zerg, like, if you want to do, like, not super aggressive, cheesy, quick pool stuff, definitely, like, just stick with the basics, right? 9 pool, overpool 12 hatch.
Exactly. That's the only thing that I do. I don't even think about doing like 9 hatch. I don't think about doing like 7 pool. Like, it's just, I know that there's reasons to do it, but at the same time, I recognize that there's way too many things I have to think about.
Mm-hmm.
And if I were to try and do this crazy technical stuff, I would just get overwhelmed too quickly.
Well, I could totally understand your reasons for not wanting to do a 9 hatch, but refusing to do a 7 pool is totally unacceptable.
Just like you refusing to do proxy 10-10 gate, is that right?
That's funny, actually, because, yeah, I don't really do that very often, but I've done it sometimes. Yes,
right.
that's exactly right.
Game's kind of stabilizing a little bit. Kaptinkillem looking very similar to their opening from the previous game.
Yeah.
They've definitely studied forge wall-ins and like how to set up the appropriate wall-in on each map.
The probe transfer here is a little not where we want it to be. When and this is just in general, like, because this is true when you're playing Terran 2 and Zerg. When your expansion finishes, you want to send at least 4 probes and start mining with at least 4 probes right away.
Right.
Like that's the minimum. Depending on the matchup, there's different variations of that, but
a big part of it is just trying to get saturation on the close mining patches as quick as possible. Yeah. Oh, Speedling's in.
Oh, man. If we had that second cannon, they wouldn't have gotten in. Oh, that sucks so much.
They're not going to get too much damage done here. It's just going to be really annoying more than anything else.
Yeah.
And that's, okay, that actually did Kaptinkillem a bit of a favor, because even though he lost mining time, he had some drones there, or some probes he wasn't using, that kind of forced him to put back onto mining.
Yeah.
But this is a lot of Speedlings here from Millennium that he's building up.
So these 2 cannons with this will totally hold all of these Speedlings.
Yes.
Now, depending on how much Millennium invests, he might want to put another cannon out.
There's an entire flood coming across the map, all rallied up. So I think we know how much he's willing to invest. It's a lot.
Yeah, he's probably going to want a 3rd cannon.
Millennium trying to get all his control groups set up, all his staging. Now, he's still got to bust through. This is not an easy bust to make.
No.
These Zealots are going to hold for quite a while.
And look, I like that behind here, we also had a Zealot stationed here at the ramp below the cannon. So I just love this placement here.
This is really good management and control from Kaptinkillem. Like, this hold is incredible.
This is also a great decision to go up to 4 cannon. It's overkill for Speedlings, but in this matchup, you should always be expecting Hydras. So it's like It's overkill for Speedlings, but it's perfect for Hydras.
And in this case too, it's, you may not have dealt with this unique situation before as a Protoss player.
Yeah.
Like, obviously you have Breeze, but, for someone who's new, it's, okay, I have the idea of what I should be doing. He's even swapping out this Wounded Zealot for a healthy one on the wall. Oh my lord. Yeah, Kaptinkillem is very much thinking about the game. He's not just cooking a recipe. He's concocting the recipe.
Yeah.
And Millennium, he's just decided, okay, you know what? We're going to keep doing Speedlings. Like, he's getting an extra hatchery. This is very much a Speedling all-in. There's no transition. There's no thought of transition. There's not even any upgrades here. It's just, okay, we go Speedlings, and then we go Speedlings.
And I mean, he's been pretty much committed to this all-in for a long time, Like, I feel like his window to transition to Hydra and still stay in a long game is just, it's been long gone. So I think this is his only choice really from what he's been doing.
Yeah, I think the door is closing, and at this point, if this push gets held off, the door is shut.
Yeah, yeah. This is either you YOLO or you tap out.
All right, the one zealot was pulled out of position. The Lings started to try and break through, but they're not finding a way in. Great control by Kaptinkillem, and I think this is going to be a perfect hold.
Yep, perfect. They're all, yep.
At least he's good-humored about it.
Oh my gosh.
And yeah, Kaptinkillem has the +1, has zealot leg speed, and he's just going to go ahead and cross the map. Millennium going with 10 drones and trying to set up the creep colony wall. Okay, this is actually kind of clever. Recognizes, okay, I've got too much resources, just going to try and set as many buildings as he can, but he can't build. There's too many zealots here, and that's going to definitely be the game.
GG. All right.
All right, Breeze, thank you very much for having me. I don't know if you're going to keep going or not, but I do need to duck out. This has been super fun.
It's been a lot of fun. Thank you again for being here as well.
Have a great night.
You too, man. Okay. All right. We are going to continue, but we're going to take another 5-ish minute break. So we're going to take another break, and then we got one more series coming after that. Few more tier 3 games. So stick around. We got a little bit more Brood War. Plus, after this cast, I also got a match against McTaryn. And somewhere in here, I'm going to factor in sleep. I haven't quite figured that out yet. But anyway, stick around. More StarCraft coming. Okay. All right, guys. We're back. We're ready to dig into some more games. We have we're going to go, let me double check this. I believe I'm going to say this right. So, I actually the mix up I thought I had earlier with the series and stuff, I actually didn't. So, we're on track. Yeah. It's a long one, but it's been fun. And honestly, I can't think of a better way to spend a Saturday night. Okay. All right, so we're going to go we're going to do Shimmer versus 96 SCVs, and then Swoops, and then limpwald. All right, so we're going to go top down this time. Okay. I'm glad you're enjoying this. These have been very entertaining games to cast. I hope that these have been very entertaining to watch as well. Okay. All right, we're going to Radeon. All right. Here we go. All right, we are doing oh cool, we have our team colors. Okay, so in the top left on Radeon, we have Shimmer, our red Protoss, playing for Build Disorders. And in the bottom left, we have our blue Terran, 96 SCVs playing for Big Natties. And Shimmer is another player that's kind of been around. It's definitely not their first CPL. And 96 SCVs, I believe this isn't their first CPL either. I think they were around last season for sure. So we'll see what they have in mind for this game. This is pretty. The first few supplies can be pretty straightforward. Guys, thank you so much for watching CPL and for supporting this league. As I said earlier, this is a learning league, and it's open to players of all skill levels. You can be F rank and started the game last week, or you could be, S rank and been playing for 20 years. And all are welcome in this league. And there is a wealth of knowledge and of experience, and there's a wealth of strengths and just a whole bunch of different things that people bring to the table. If you do like CPL and you're watching and you're curious about it and you haven't signed up this season, do consider signing up with us in the future. So it looks like this is going to be a Goon Expand opener out of Shimmer, and we'll know momentarily whether it's 2 or 3. But Shimmer's Dragoon is going to be starting shortly here. And it's pretty normal. I mean, factory openings, you know, this is pretty, you know, both matchups are looking static and typical right now. One thing with Goon Expand is that unlike some of the other games that we were casting, we're not going to see any aggressive stuff with zealots and stuff with this kind of opener. So these this game state is going to be very kind of static and passive and not much going on for a while. It looks like Shimmer is opting to go for 3 Dragoons. At this third pylon is really how you kind of tell the difference. And if he can get 3 Dragoons rallied across the map here and really put some pressure on this bunker, he can make things a little nervous for 96 SCVs. So this is not... Don't dislike this. This is a Vulture opening. Very, you know, typical for Terran to open Vulture. So Shimmer... Oh, man, if he can get it... He's not going to be able to get it, but he is going back. He is sending this Goon back, and presumably to guard this ramp here. Once a Vulture does get on the map, if you do open Dragoons, either 2 or 3 Dragoons, you do have to be wary of Vultures just getting in on this ramp. So it looks like Shimmer's opting to play a little bit more just, you know, conservative and defensive. And I honestly, like, I don't disagree with this just because of this variable here. But going into Robo, getting an expansion up. Wow, 96 SCV is actually taking a pretty quick expansion himself. At least this feels quick to me. I don't know. I don't mean Terran. This could be pretty normal. So Terran's going to be economically in a really great position. But I don't think that they're going to have any real map presence for... I don't know. Maybe, you know what? I should just shut up and just yeah. All right. So we are getting some scouting and throwing down some mines with the Vultures. This is really good to do. You know, Terran's going to know exactly when Protoss is thinking about taking a Nexus at either of these locations. Protoss is adding 2 gateways, going up to 2 gateways, and going up to Robo. I guess we have an observatory here, so I like that we're getting up to a bunch of a healthy goon count. This is a really good amount of goons. So once we get up to this macro cycle of goons done, I feel like we're going to be pretty safe to expand. You know, the most we have to deal with is a mine, but that's why we also have observers, you know. So this observer is going to be going out to, I hope, scout. No, this observer is going to go support the goons, presumably to get some map control and clear some mines. Oh, well, that makes sense. I didn't see that. The first observer actually got over here and sees the move out. And you know what? What Shimmer's doing is not bad. Um, Generally, when you're expanding as Protoss, you want to, I mean, like if you're doing like a 23 Nexus or something like that, you expand when you have 8 goons on the field, or if you're doing like one of the ones that I learned early on was 23 Nexus into 3 gate. You drop 2 more gateways at 30, and with that one you expand off of like 7 goons is ideally, but you could also go up to as much as 10. So like 9, 10, 11, 7, 8, somewhere in there, like any of those numbers are, you're generally pretty safe to take a third base. I like that Protoss takes a sneaky third all the way out here and kind of hides it. This is a very like Zerg move to do. So I really like that this is that Shimmer is not doing something predictable here. And yeah, so playing very safe and conservative, and really just trying to get into a stable mid game. What's nice is that if Shimmer does wind up taking this base here, is that 96 SCVs is going to think it's a third, but in reality it's going to be a fourth. Assuming, of course, this doesn't get scouted. Currently, there's no worry of that. So I really like the chess moves that are taking place here. Both players are really just trying to kind of stabilize into a mid game. It looks like 96 SCVs is going for a factory push. This is a 4 factory build, but I also like that he's going up to starport behind it, and also working on taking his 3rd command center. Oh no, I'm wrong. It's a 5 fact. And there is a push coming in from Protoss. This is a fair amount of Dragoons, and there's also some speed lots in here, so totally have some, mine clearing power. And honestly, the Terran is pretty entrenched here. I don't think Shimmer will be able to push in, but he can definitely keep the Terran pinned on 2 bases with this kind of map control. He can certainly move. He has an observer here, so he can see when the Terran wants to land a CC here. And I really like this play from Shimmer. This is kind of just a nice contain move here. A situation like this, pulling back. That's fair, There's only 2 tanks that he's moving out. Okay, there's 4 or 5. There's not a lot of tanks, but this is something you have to respect. So 96 SCVs is pushing back against the contain and trying to establish a safe route to land his 3rd command center. But there is still this bridge here that Shimmer could totally use. So, you know, the Terran's not out of the woods just yet in terms of, you know, taking a third safely. But Shimmer is on 8 gates production and adding more gateways. This is just massive, massive production coming out of Shimmer. Both players on 70 workers. This is kind of the point in the game where, you know, this is kind of the point of the game where if you've been around long enough, if you've been playing long enough, and you have the feel of the rhythm down, you know, you're stop building workers. If you're learning it, you know, you might build a few extra, but this is pretty much the point where the worker production starts petering off. I really like that. Ooh, I like this run-in. I mean, didn't get much done with the Zealots. That is a lot of tanks to hold a Zealot running, but I do like how much map presence Shimmer has this game. The Vultures do get up here. There's still no third, so I kind of feel like if you're Terran, you see there's no third here, and you see there's no third here, you have to, with this kind of army and this kind of macro, you have to start thinking as 96 SCVs that there is a third base somewhere on the map, and I don't know where it is. The problem is, oh, so he does scan here, and he sees that this is going up, but that's not an operational base. The problem is that this is enough goons that this can totally shut down these Vultures, which they did. And they can shut down all these additional Vultures that are coming out. And look at this Sim City. I mean, this is enough cannons to stop a control group of Vultures on its own, but this is the only way. This path right here is the only way they could come in. So this is just really good Sim City from Shimmer. We have a 200 supply army, and we're now in a spot to where we can build more gateways in a second base. So everything is going right for Protoss, and they haven't even taken their natural bases yet. Terran trying to push out. This is a glorious amount of tanks. 2-1. There's not a lot of Vultures to support them, though, unfortunately. They keep getting overextended and killed off, but this is, you know, this is, you have to respect this. Like, you can't just like run into it. Looks like 96 SCVs, you know, he knows he can't send Vultures in here, so it looks like he's trying to shut this base down with the siege. But, you know, Shimmer is responding. And I think he is going to totally clear this out. This is, I mean, he could probably clear it out on Zealots alone, but the third stays up, and the siege tank harassment gets shut down. There's only one machine shop, so only one machine shop means we only have one factory that can rebuild tanks. So every tank that 96 SCV loses is devastating. That is just so little that he will be able to do later until he... oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm wrong. We have 3 machine shops. Never mind. This is plenty of... This is plenty of tanks. But for Shimmer, we also have a second main. We have a second main, and we have some gateways established. And we have, what? 12 gateways at home. So we have 15 gateways right now that we have on the map, and we can build more. So this is, you know, Shimmer is definitely starting to set himself up for the long game here. Nice job taking down that Arbiter. It looks like the Protoss macro is just too much this game, and I think there's not enough tanks here. The Arbiter does get pushed back, and the macro psych and the attack does get held, but the macro from Shimmer is just... That was beautiful macro. All right, well, GG is called. That was beautiful macro. All we needed to do is add a couple more gates. Okay, added a lot more gates. But we had a whole 5th base, and we could have totally added more gateways. That was just sad. Sad face. All right. Going on to Polypoid. The bottom right, we have our red Protoss, Shimmer. And in the bottom left, we have our blue Terran, 96 SCVs. Didn't quite build 96 SCVs last game, only 84, but you know, we have another chance to try. So based on last game, both players are probably just going to open relatively normally. You know, looks like we're probably going to get a Goon expand. We do have a 10 scout this time. This is a little bit early of a scout. In this matchup, it is kind of detrimental as Protoss to scout on 10. Ideally, you know, you want to do a core scout. But this is also a 4-player map, and you just never know exactly how late you're going to scout your opponent. So it's like, I can understand 10 scouting on a 4-player map. We are going, though, we have our core coming down, and we are filling in our economy, and we're getting our, it looks like, oh, there we go. There goes our factory. 96 SCVs, it looks like, is going to get the first scout. I think you saw how early that probe scout came in, and he checked the center-ish area. He wanted to rule out proxy gates in the center. So I don't dislike that decision. But Terran, it looks like they're probably going to open Vulture again, I would say. That's just a nice, safe way to go. And looking to secure that expansion. Wow. That is fast. A 333.40. That is a 23. This, if you were opening 23 Nexus, that is the exact time the 23 Nexus goes down. That is insanely greedy. That is like, I am going to get my command center at the same time you get your Nexus. For Terran, that is insanely greedy. For Protoss, that's pretty normal. So it looks like this bunker is really late. It's only like finishing now at like 5:20. So, and we only have 2 Marines here. You know, if Shimmer moves in and starts harassing this with these goons now, oh, the tank's out. Never mind. I was gonna say, if they start harassing it now, I mean, there's not a whole lot defending it, and there was only 1 SCV there. Oh no! Oh, that always sucks. Another mine connects. 96 SCVs dropping out mines and just totally offensive mining these goons. Oh, and Shimmer taps out. All right. GG's. Okay. All right, up next we're going to have Swoops. Swoops versus CrimsonJoe. A ZVZ. Oh my goodness. I am looking forward to this. Okay. In the top right on Radeon, we have our blue Zerg, CrimsonJoe. And in the bottom right, we have our red Zerg, Swoops. Very interested to see the takes on the opening here so far. I haven't really seen an well, actually, at maybe one game I saw an overpool opening, but for the most part, it's either been hatch first or 9-pool. So I'm very interested to see the openings, and will we see just two starkly different openings this time around. Nice, doing a gas trick to get the extra drone for Swoops. Looks like Swoops is opting to go hatch first with a 10 hatch. And CrimsonJoe is opting to go 9-pool speed. So I would guess that the 10 hatch plays kind of like the 9 hatch, just with an extra drone. And surely it does. So CrimsonJoe is just going to have a nice standard aggressive build order, and he's going to get his layer tick up a lot quicker. Swoops, meanwhile, is going to have kind of this nice... he's going to have a slight... well, it's not a slight. He's going to have a larva advantage, and he's also going to be able to... have aggressive lings of his own, fairly aggressive lings. So he should be just fine holding against the 9-pool. The big monkey wrench in these openers for Swoops, unfortunately, is going to be this really fast layer. I mean, this was like, we're going to get 6 lings, and then we're going to build a layer. And there's a total of 10 Zerglings in an arc holding that. So CrimsonJoe is definitely opting just to go into mutas as quick as possible. And honestly, this game, like, I really feel like that is going to be the play. Swoops is going to move up in here and try and break CrimsonJoe's ramp, but Look at this. I mean, this is 10 lings, number one, 10 lings on a ramp in StarCraft, but also this is a beautiful concave here. And even all that said, you know, CrimsonJoe has the economy, has the money to reinforce lings if he needs to. Does hold. That is a lot, though. This is a lot of reinforcements. He is going to break that. Does get the cancel, but this Sim City is not very friendly. Still, I don't think that is going to be a... Wow, this is not going to be a problem at all. This larva advantage that Swoops had with this 10 hatch is really paying off, and I think we're going to see CrimsonJoe tap out here. This is a beautiful ling flood here. All right, GG, well played. I honestly, that was a very cleanly executed 10 hatch. That was very clean. It's like we got in there, we moved in, and we just kept building lings. That was very well done. Okay. Going into game 2 on to Polypoid. All right, in the bottom right on Polypoid, we have our Red Zerg Swoops playing for Build Disorders. There was nothing disorderly about that build. That last build was very much in order. And in the top left, we have CrimsonJoe playing for Big Naturals. All right, we're going to see the same opening for both players. A 9 pool and a 10 hatch. I wonder, though, if CrimsonJoe is going to rush into lair and is going to try to get quick mutas this game, or are we going to see a different play out of him? Because Swoops is going to have it, you know, if CrimsonJoe just stays on one base, Swoops is going to have a larva advantage again. But he could also just build a macro hatch too and just address it that way, right? Once the game transitions, you know, or if the game transitions, I should say, into a macro game, you know, then the natural hatch, the advantage of the natural hatch will come into play as far as eco goes. But if we're just talking larva, right? I mean, it's the same. So this time CrimsonJoe is opting to be a little bit more proactive on the map, which I don't disagree with. Now that he knows that his opponent opens with a build that can be greedy and aggressive, he's gonna be more comfortable, I think, just getting on the map. So he does deduce where his opponent is, and he gets the Zerglings there. There's only one link coming across, but I love it. I love that he gets his own hatch and he just macros. This is much better. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Still good defense, but all right. Swoops is moving across the map. Once again, kind of just committing hard into this. So this is going to be a question of just, does CrimsonJoe hold? And honestly, I don't think he will. I don't think he will. This is just the number of lings that Swoops has with this larva advantage is just insane. And they get in. Oh, that's a lot of lings, and there's a lot more coming. Yeah, no, I don't think he has enough. So nice, 2 games in a row where just a larva advantage with a 10 pool just totally pays off. Nice. Yeah, well played indeed. That was a very well played and well won series, and very consistent. I loved the build. I loved the execution from Swoops. All right. Swoops takes it 2-0 in favor of build disorders. I am so glad you're enjoying it. Thank you, Swoops, for also joining the chat and supporting all the players. All right, we've got Limpwald versus Seventhnadir coming up. Our last match of the night. I honestly, I really like your build. You know, at I like that you find a build that works with your style, and you execute it cleanly and pretty consistently. And like you clearly know how to handle situations. So I think you're on a great track, and if it's cheesy, that can't be helped because you're playing the cheesy race. So sorry, I'm Protoss. Oh, return. That's awesome. Yeah, return's a good guy. Okay. All right, for the night we have a TVP coming up to cap off the casting tonight. And we're going back to Radeon for game 1. Okay, we're going to use... So we have in the bottom right, we have our buttery yellow Terran, Seventhnadir. And in the top left, we have our red Protoss, Limpwald. Again, you know, make sure when you play your games, you're putting it in top versus bottom mode, so that when the casters cast your games, they can toggle the team colors. I can't really do that here. I don't care personally, but there are casters here who do, and they may not cast your games if it's not in top versus bottom. So if you want your games casted, please do that. All right. And on that note, we have a pretty, I mean, this is, you know, a pretty static opening phase. We're going to have probably a pretty normal looking early game. So I'm going to mute the mic and enjoy some of these lovely sour cream and, what is that? Cheddar and sour cream chips. All right. Ooh, I spoke too soon. We have a Nexus first out of Limpwald. And it's a cross-spawn Nexus first. Okay. All right, I'm here for it. Let's go. Cross-spawn Nexus first. So Nadir end scouts, and just based on this, he knows where his opponent is. Limpwald does a counter-clockwise scout and gets his opponent on the second scout. And right now, like, the game state is pretty... Whoa, okay. It's pretty normal. You know, we should be seeing a Robo coming down shortly for the Protoss. And we should be seeing... There's a Vulture out, so we should be seeing, like, siege tanks and siege modes coming out for Terran. This vulture is getting a lot of probe kills. How many is that? 5 so far? 5 probe kills on the natural is just wow. That is a productive vulture. Limpwald really took a bit of a hit there, I would say, but you know, on double nexus, at 17 probes, you're not really worried about it too much. You know, it's like, okay, well, I'll just hit the make worker button, and yeah. Okay, and Robo goes down. So this is still, we're getting, actually that's pretty normal. This is a pretty stable game state. You know, we do have mines, we do have a vulture laying mines around. We have a couple mines here to catch some units in the move out path, and we have a mine here spotting when the expansion timing comes. I don't know, this mine's gonna get a, oh, it's not gonna catch the probe. But it is going to trigger the vultures, and the vultures are going to catch the probe. Oh, nice. Nice job. Oh. One mine does connect. I was going to say that was a nice job reacting and catching that mine. This is the last series of that I'm casting. The last series of the night. So wow. Oh, that's so brutal. GG. Kind of hard just finding a way to stabilize in the game. Very good use of vultures that game from Nadir. Okay, and we're going on to game 2 on Polypoid. I kind of like the Sim City here from Nadir. I think, yeah, this is nice. So you could have the Marine going between here and here. I didn't even notice this whole time that this 12 Nexus has been up. Has this been has this not been mining? That's unfortunate. So limpwald is kind of going into a fairly stable game state of macroing off of 2 gate and 2 base. Ooh. I like this marine control. And the vulture comes out just in time. Nice job parrying that zealot harass. So far this is all looking pretty like a pretty normal dance. I feel like the timing and the gateway production, it's a little bit not for the Protoss. Like I feel like this 2-gate production's a little late. We're definitely not building workers the way we should, and the transfer, the probe transfer, was also really late. So all of these things are kind of snowballing into we're not having as much as we should have, unfortunately. Meanwhile, the Terran here is playing just a really kind of a nice, patient, methodical macro game, getting the natural secure with tanks, no threat of goons harassing the bunker, and getting a lot of map presence and vision as well. I like that we still have our vulture out on the map. This is getting to be a decent number of goons. The problem is just that for the Protoss is that I feel like because we were late on the transfer and because we haven't been constantly building probes, we're just kind of playing an unintentionally low econ game here. But we do have Reaver coming up. I like the instinct to defend with Reaver. I would love to see if we're gonna have some shuttle Reaver play. The camping vulture does get the wandering probe. Still trying to check for third bases. This is kind of a nice number of tanks, by the way. Like, once you get about 4 siege tanks in siege mode like this, like, and I mean, look at the spread. This is beautiful. You're pretty much gonna not be pushable as far as like your choke, at least with anything like immediately early. The only thing is that if Protoss decides to go DT, there's still no detection. Oh no, I take that back. We have a scan. So it looks like he does scan the natural. This is pretty normal. But oh, do we have a Reaver? We don't have a Reaver yet in here. Oh, there's the Reaver. Okay, so another scan goes down here. Probably could do, at this point, we could probably do with at least one more gateway, but I like that we're finally going out to get our third base. Terran, it looks like, has a really scary, like, kind of 5-fact stride that they're hitting right now. Like, they're getting a bunch of Goliaths out. They're constantly building 2 tanks. Ooh, nice. Nice positioning, and I like that we have the tank here to hold against the Reaver drop. I mean, this was just excellent placement for the Reaver harass. I love this. And still don't have Zealot legs yet. And we don't have a mining third. But we do have a few units on the field that are dangerous. Danger. Ooh, ouch. Just totally executes the Reaver and the shuttle. This isn't very pushable, but oh man. And Seventhnadir, just that engage, I feel like this is not looking good for Protoss at all. That engage just totally reset the supply counts, and limpwald does not have the economy that that the Terran has. So I don't know, man. I don't like. I've played too many games where my supply as Protoss has been reset, and that's basically been GG, and it's just been like a long, slow death from there. I love I love the mines, and I love all the stuff we're doing with Vultures. So much control and so much presence. I love the mine placement here. We see the base here, the third base. Can't really get up there though. This is pretty good pylon synergy, but you know, I really think the story of this game is just simple macro. It is, I mean, you know, look at the economy of the Terran and look at just how many what the Terran is able to field. Just totally shut down. Nice Reaver shutdown. So I feel like basically this game is over, and it's been over ever since that limpwald lost that push. The thing is that the Terran macro is just way strong this game. I mean, look at this. We have 60 probes and 160 supply, and we have 1-1 with 2-2 on the way. I mean, this is just... I love that the Terran is playing a very patient game and is just like, just be patient, stay alive. Oh. These tanks are a little far forward, and they do get some zealots on top of them. This does get cleared. Wow. Oh my god. If those tanks were just in the back and not that far forward, oh my goodness. The goons are going to come in here and just try and clean this up. The spread is good. I think the spread is going to have the oh my god, I can't talk. It's going to allow the Terran to hold this. But that was again, that was just a brutal engage for limpwald, and I feel like, I mean, yeah, Seventhnadir's tank count got dramatically reduced, but they're in a much better spot. This is 7 factories. And the already low probe count. Oh my goodness. The vultures are just going to totally clear this base. Nice move, and limpwald taps out. All right. That was, honestly, that was just very Seventhnadir, very clean, consistent, and patient macro. I like that you didn't overextend. You know, you were very methodical. So very well done. That was a very well-deserved win. I think that although I didn't like when limpwald tapped out, I do think that the game was over from those two really bad engagements. So excellent game. All right. Thank you all for tuning in for CPL. I've got a match with Minirennac coming up next. This is for Starcraft Underground. So thank you all for watching. If you do want to stick around and watch me totally fumble and bungle a game, you're welcome to. Actually, I'm going to bungle a series, not a game. So let's see. Let me get this map going. All right. Here we go. Just this is going to round off our night. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a short break so we can separate these out into segments. So we're going to take another short break, a few minutes. I'm going to get in touch with Minirennac, and then to cap off the night, we're going to do our series, our best of 3. So stick around if you want. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting CPL and for supporting the players this week in CPL. I enjoyed all of these games. I thought they were all excellent learning experiences and a few extremely entertaining games. GG's to all the players, and good luck on your week 2 games. I think if you haven't played them yet, I think we're wrapping up week 2. So I'm looking forward to casting week 2. So thank you so much for supporting CPL, and we'll see you in a few more minutes for some more StarCraft.